I'm amazing. I'm amazing.
Oh, what the hell?
Oh, he killed me.
I'm getting brutally slaughtered.
No, that was an accident. No, that was an accident. That was an accident. Ooh, was that a triple collapse? Get up! No! Ah! No! Get up! Get up! No! Oh! No! Why this happened to me? Oh. What did I do? It's an accident. Oh, what? What? Why? Why? What? I hate this game. I freaking hate this game. Anything. Oh, I fell. I did the water bucket thing. I did the water bucket thing.
Nice.
Don't touch it. No!
Last Pokemon left, and our full team still with us. The nerves were high, but seeing that it was a Torkoal gave us some relief.
Torkoal. I changed to the wrong guy. Hydro pump the hell out of him. Let's go!
Just like that, we defeated the champion of the Hoenn region in our first ever Pokemon Nuzlocke.
Yo! What's up, guys? What is up? Let me put some musica. Today we're gonna do a Pokemon Fire Red Rocket Edition Nuzlocke. Nuzlocke rules are above Jessic. Every other what's up, Hunter, though? What's up, Cat? What's up, Jessic? Thank you for the follow, Brilland. And yeah. It's not black. Okay, so I'll come rub your legs right now. Yeah, we're the bad guys, so this should be pretty interesting. How did your Nuzlocke go, by the way? If you finished it, and if not, how is it going? What? Hats off to you. Which hat do you want me to put on? What's up, Prince of Games?
Hello there.
You're from Reddit, right? Thanks for coming through and checking things out. I appreciate it. Which hat do you want on, Hunter? So yeah, basically the rules to this Nuzlocke, we're gonna be evil. So every other Pokemon will have a wheel pop up. This wheel will pop up. And we're gonna spin the wheel, and whatever number pops up,
we have to release that Pokemon that's like in that slot in our party. Okay? Then you have to steal every Pokemon. I have to steal every Pokemon I can use. I don't even know how many Pokemon you're able to steal in this game. I've never played it before. If Pokemon faints, it must be released. If party dies, it must reset. And I have to nickname a Pokemon. You must release that Pokem. I have to I have to fix that later. Yep, that's me. Nice. What's up? What is the last you remember? I think you were telling me like a move you wanted to replace on one of your Pokemon. I don't remember much. Oh, there's a fly on my... I just killed a fly. I will give you the choice, but it better be a good one. I'll give you the choice. Oh, okay. I'll put on Taco Hat. Evil means bad and Ping is bad at games, so it makes sense. True, I am bad at games. The counter on the side of my head, like it's a Taco Hat because of the green screen, it just looks stupid. Oh, you restarted? What's up, Chris? What's up? This morning I was thinking of Japan, so I started looking up Korea, plans to moving to Korea, and then I'm like, no, I have to stop. For anyone who doesn't know, I lived in Japan for 2 years, and yeah, I still think about Japan sometimes. Yeah, I woke up and I was like, Japan. All right, let's start. I'm excited for this Nuzlocke. Hopefully we get some good stuff before Pokemon Brilliant Diamond comes out. We're going to do a 24-hour stream of that this Friday when it comes out, most likely. Here we go again, Japan. Things appeared finally to be looking up in the feudal region of Kanto. What is this, the Edo period of Japan? Since the end of the Great War 10 years ago, the region's new champion, Lance, Lance is so cool, managed to restore its damaged economy and pave the way for a new age of economic and technological prosperity. BRB, alright, cool. Not everyone were quite so happy with their new post-war government. However, mobs, street gangs, that's us, and other forms of petty organized crime soon arose, each vowing to restore the region to its former independent glory. None, however, were as powerful or as respected as the notorious Team Rocket. I should have bought a Team Rocket hat or something. I failed you guys. I'm gonna look up a Team Rocket hat. Maybe I'll buy it for tomorrow or something. Team Rocket hat. This infamous organization would regularly scour the region's city streets in search of eager-minded, impoverished trainers to prove their worth, then task them with organized acts of theft, assault, and corruption. It is one of these young trainers that our story begins. That's us. Let's go. Hello there, welcome to Team Rocket. Yo, that's so cool. You're one of the lucky few to be allowed into our ranks. Is it really lucky few? There's probably so many people in Team Rocket. Let's go. Jesus, I hit my hat. I'm amazed that Pink can read. I'm actually not reading. I'm getting someone to say the words, and it comes through my ear, and then I just like say whatever they say. But thanks, man. I appreciate it. Finally, after 5 minutes of trying to remember my password. Hey, what's up, Diego? By the way, anyone is more than welcome to put on music. We're gonna be evil. We're gonna steal Pokemon. We're gonna kill Pokemon, and yeah. And then I'm gonna put this on, edit it, put it up on YouTube, and if it does okay, and even if it doesn't, we'll probably do a good version where we try to be good Team Rocket members. Yes. If you're like any of our other new recruits, I'm guessing you've never owned a Pokemon before. I'm not a loser. I've owned Pokemon. I've owned Mewtwo. Are you kidding me? Ew. I don't want a stupid Rattata. You ungrateful little bastard. Go steal yourself something else. I like that. Chit-chat's out of the way. Tell me a bit about yourself. But that is chit-chat. I suppose you've got one of those, have you? Ooh. They assume that I'm a guy. That's kind of sexist, but I am, so it's okay. We're gonna go... Britney Spears. We're gonna go with something different. We're gonna name ourselves... No, we're just gonna go with Pong. That's what I always name myself. No hate on my Rattata. Rattata sucks, bro. I mean, Rattata is awesome. I think I'm a guy. Well then, Pog, a new life of violence, thievery, and other assorted misdemeanors awaits you. Stay away from the police. Abide by your superior. What am I, a mafia? Italian mafia! Well, I'm from Brooklyn, so I'm not Italian, though. And never show mercy to anyone. Maybe one day you can rise to become as powerful as me. You're not Giovanni. Get out of my face. Why do you say rat-a-tat-a-da? I'm just playing around. I know. Ooh, we start off at the hideout? Wait, what is this? Wait, I want to hear the music. Oh, okay. So this is the regular Team Rocket music. I was curious to see if they have any, like, they made any music for the game. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. Oopsie, sorry. Ratatata. Okay, wait, this is a guy. Okay, ladies, listen up. I'm only gonna say this once. You're now officially Team Rocket Grunts. Don't pat yourselves on the back. You have to prove yourselves. You're Pipsqueak. Who says Pipsqueak? What is this, Toph from Avatar? Now you're going to receive your first mission in a little bit. I have a couple of things needed to get sorted. Ooh, first Pokemon behind crates. To get your little rodent. I wonder if it's random. One of our friendly neighborhood science geeks up there will then provide you an HM for Fly? What the hell? Steal a fly your sorry asses to Mount Moon? Yo, this is so cool. What the hell? Internet be out for 2 days. I can't hear what you're saying. Aw. My stepsister's doing good, thanks. Have one in my new run. Wait, you have a Rattata in your new run? Lol. Everyone else could hear me, right? I think the mic is fine volume. Yes, sir! Well then, get to it. I love how everyone has different color. Oh, never mind. Half of them look the same. Hey, we got more music incoming. Very nice. Okay, next, get moving. Well, I want to see what they say. Man, I'm living the gangster life already. Oh, shucks. I'm gonna get my own Rattata. If only Dad could see me now. Well, maybe his dad is a Team Rocket member. What a bummer. Exactly. It's a freaking Rattata. Does this outfit make me look masculine? What the devil are you talking to me for? Yeah, I don't know. Black is really not my style. It's kind of racist, but you know. Wonder if girls will like me more that I'll have Rattata. Half these people are so dumb. But they are Team Rocket. We can hear you? Okay, cool. Horny Pink. Oh, I'm not horny, bro. I'm excited. I'm excited for this game. Oh, they're gonna make us steal other people's Pokemon? I'm not sure. I'm all that comfortable. Oh my god, you're such a loser. Who's that tough guy calling a Peepsqueak? It's interesting to see how different they are. I want to steal my own Pokemon, same. This is what organized crime looks like. My life's dream has finally come true. Yeah, we're freaking crazy. Wait, I want to see what happens. Wait, what the hell? That just hits me into the wall. Okay. Can I get... Ooh, do I want a Rattata? Oh. Oh, all the boxes have Rattatas. God damn it. Alright, let's give you a nickname. Your name is gonna be useless because we're gonna have to get rid of it. Because we didn't steal you. We could only use Pokemon we steal if you look at the rules for the Nuzlocke. Ugh, I hate this song. Screw Team Rocket. This is the Rattata gang. Nah, I'm gonna have to get rid of him. Because it doesn't, because of the rules of the Nuzlocke that I gave myself. I'm not black, bro. I'm brown. What's with the dawdling? Up the stairs with you. What's the point of these? What the hell's... What's the point of these? They're so useless. Hey, you. Only one Rattata per grunt. It'd be cool if they, like, beat me up or something. Where do you think you're going? You're supposed to report upstairs. Damn, they're so mean. In the chandelier. I never fancied myself robbing someone with a Rattata. The scientist guy is down there by the left. I wonder what they all say. You going out to steal our first Pokemon? Take notice, Grunt. You only have authority enough to steal from children and old people. Oh, great. Okay. That's interesting. I remember my first steal like it was yesterday. Yes! Steal them all. Wait, what is this? It's a blueprint. I'm just kind of curious if you could get access to anything else. Don't you have a mission? Quit screwing around. He doesn't let me... I have no access to the elevator. This song's okay. I just heard it so... When I was doing karaoke in Japan, yo, there was this one girl who always put this song on in karaoke, and Jesus Christ, I got so tired of it. Another new recruit, is it? Yeah, I've got that, HM. Hold on. Free fly for all grunts now, eh? My Giovanni's gone soft. Here it is. Don't go put it to waste. Get out of here. How you talk to me, bro? I'm freaking beat you. Oh, I can't do anything to him. Ooh. Hey, buddy, wait up. You're Pong, aren't you? Wait, do I have a rival? I was right next to you. Downstairs. That stuff was badass, man. You go and steal your first Pokemon? Yo, look at this guy. Look at this guy. He has some cool green hair. Why didn't I get green hair? You don't strike me as the kind of guy who'd go out and decide to become a professional crook all of a sudden. Bet you never even nicked a candy bar from the Pokemart. I've done worse. I've nicked freaking Master Balls from the Pokemart, okay? Don't worry, I'll teach you all you need to know. Hang on. Oh my god. I don't need you to teach me how to steal, bro. It's Biff? Wait, that guy's name is Biff? 1 HMO2, please, and be quick about it. Oh, this guy's savage. When the side character has cooler hair than you. I know, right? Name's Ronnie, by the way. What a loser. If anyone in chat is named Ronnie, I'm sorry. But Ronnie's a loser name, bro. My name's Pong. I'm itching to steal me some Pokemon. Yeah, I'm stealing Pokemon. Are you kidding me? Hey, we're in the game corner. That makes sense. Bailan rochas y chetas. I don't know what that means. This place is too crowded. Meet me outside. What are you looking at, Grunt? Don't go making us look suspicious. Ooh, old man. Give me your money. What? I mean, give me your Pokemon. Ah, what a loser. Are you serious? I want to steal. Give me your Pokemon. Bro, what the hell? You're an old man. Whatever, I'll do it later. Then who is Pink? I'm Pink sometimes and Punk some other times. The background doesn't match the game. I should have made a better background for the game. It doesn't move either. There you are. Okay, Pong, I'm gonna teach you all there is to know about stealing people's Pokemon. What's that? How am I an expert? Yeah. Loser, Ronnie. Immorality is my passion, man. What the hell? What is this song, bro? I don't even know what Rochas and Chetas are. Oh. Pokemon robbery for dummies. The first step to any successful heist is to pick a suitable target. Seeing as we're only grunts, we can only steal from kids and old people. I'm sure we'll be rising up to the ranks. Hell yeah, baby. We gotta find ourselves an old fart or a little brat. Right there, right there. I see him. Oh yes, that little kid. Yes. This is our big chance. Engage your chosen target and proceed to defeat them. Okay, we're forced to use Rattata here. What are you waiting for? Go beat the crap out of the little girl. Wait, with my fists? Or with the Rattata? You're the newbie. I'll be right behind you. Ah, what a loser. He's so scary. Let's look for red. Yeah, that's the one thing that I've heard. I've heard red in this game is that there is a red in this game and that he's like hard. That's all I've heard about this game, really. Do you want to play with me? No, I want to steal your Pokemon. Shut up. Give me your Pokemon. Battling seems like fun. Get out of here. You're just a little child. Little girl Susie? My cousin's name is Susie, and I would steal a Pokemon from her, like, without even thinking about it. Unfortunately, we have to use Useless, which we haven't stolen. But let's see how you do. Let's see how you do with like a little quick attack here. Boom. Look at his butt. Jesus, why do we see Useless's butt? What is this game? Look at that butt. Jesus Christ. Alright, we got XP. Sparrow. Well, we do need to use Fly, so I guess we'll steal Sparrow. Unless we could steal both. Yo, the song is so terrible. I mean, it's nice. It's a good song. Get out of here! What? Wait, don't get out of here. Give me one of your Pokemon. Wow, you beat me! Yeah, I want more than $12. I want your Pokemon. What are you doing? Let me go! Give me your Pokemon! You may now force him or her to hand over one of their Pokemon. This is so cool. I'll hold her down. Jesus Christ, it's a girl. I mean, get her. Brittany's finally free, by the way. Was she in jail? I don't know. You guys are meanies. We're more than meanies. We're freaking criminals. You want a Pidgey or a Sparrow? Oh, wait. Both of them can learn Fly. I don't want no Pharaoh. We're going to go with the classic Pidgeot. Give me that freaking Pidgey. We stole our first Pokemon. We're going to name you... We're going to name you Killer. By the way, if you guys have suggestions for names, give me... Or actually, no, we're gonna name you Evil. First Pokemon must be named Evil. In all caps.
Evil.
Hell yeah. Her family used to take advantage of her. She'll be able to control her finances and do what she wants. You're happy for her? I couldn't care less about Britney Spears. She has done nothing in my life. I don't care about her. Sweet man, I'll take this one then. Yeah, get out of here. Ain't no thing. What do you want to do now? I guess we better head on to Mount Moon. Hey, I'll do what I want now, okay? No rush. I'm gonna head back and show off my new quarry to those noobs. Hell yeah, baby. Let's steal more Pokemon. Okay, for anyone who doesn't know, we are forced to release a Pokemon now. Technically, every other Pokemon, we have to spin the wheel, okay? But this is what we're gonna do. We have to release Rattata. Goodbye, Rattata. You're useless. And we didn't steal you, so you have to be released. Sorry. This is my song, so it's okay if I speak it. Yeah, I know. I am heartless. Why should I care about celebrities? I do like. Plus, I'm in that mood right now because of this game. Come on, tell me you have a Pokemon I could steal. Stupid old man. This song sounds cool. It matches this. I hope you enjoy the song. I do. From Team Rocket to Rattata Gang to Pidgey Gang. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, to Evil. Yo, what's up, bro? Seen any little kids or old people around? Bet you probably just took it for yourself. Yo, that's actually so true. If you steal all the Pokemon, then the other grunts can't do anything. Yeah, that's just the scientist. Alright, let's steal it from this man. Yo, what's up, old man? Oh, come on. You have no Pokemon? We need to steal more. We need to steal more! The song matches the vibes right now. Not gonna lie. Oh, little child. Come here. Oh, you stupid, useless child. I must steal all the Pokemon I can! Useless. Little child. God damn it. I'm actually pissed. What's going on here? I'm not pissed. It's like the most mean I've been on stream ever. But we have to do it. We have to do it for the YouTube video. Okay, so we don't have access. That's just like in the normal game. Thankfully, we can fast forward. How about large people? They can't run away. They're too large. I can't steal his stuff either. Really? That's it? I can't... Let me steal your stuff. God damn it, bro. Yes, little child. Women. Bro. There's a hotel here? I never realized that in the old games. Okay, so it looks like that's the only Pokemon we could steal right now. Unless... Saucy Polyphia? I'm not about to give you any tea, you know. That's only for good little girls. No, I want to steal your Pokemon. What the hell, bro? Give me some Pokemon to steal. I think there's a Whammon here. Oh, there's no Whammon. Oh, no. Oh, you're a child. Child, give me your Pokemon. Oh, my God. They're so annoying, bro. It's not like I'm a Team Rocket person. Ooh, you're supposed to get a free poke. Oh no, you need cut. We don't have cut. What is this song? Hey there, young man. Want to play a game with me? No, I want to steal your Pokemon, bro. Oh no. Okay. I'm so dumb. It's from Argentina. Oh, okay. What's the name of the song from before? I'm not sure. I think Hunter knows. Hyper HD knows. It's called Goat. Oh, there you go. Damn it, bro. Well, that's our first reset. I'm a loser. Oh. One reset already. This is why I'm a noob at video games. First loss. I know. That was much quicker than I expected. But I suppose it makes sense. The nice thing is that we could just fast forward through everything. Because we already know what happens. Alright, we're going with pink this time, okay? Pong wasn't good enough. Get out of here. Maybe something else isn't a Rattata? Ugh, it's a Rattata. We're gonna name you A, since we're gonna release you anyway. Pink Pank. True. Ugh! Wait. Come here, give me the HM, give me it. Let's go. Oh my god. What are you looking at, Grunt? Don't go making us look suspicious. This song's 7 minutes long. Sheesh! I think that's the max. You can't put a song that's more than like 7 or 8 minutes. Because, you know, I don't want y'all spamming 30-minute songs. Alright, let's steal your Pokemon, baby! Come here, Whammon. I mean, girl. This is so crazy. I wonder why not many people have done this Nuzlocke, like YouTubers. I was surprised. Well, that was fun. Give me your Pidgey! Oh, this is so cool. We're gonna name you Evil 2. Nah, we'll just call you Evil. I'm assuming this is my rival and I'm gonna have to verse him later. Oh, the girl goes away. She's not here anymore. Let's go release him. No Freebird? Oh, Freebird is such a good song. My internet is slow? Oh, that sucks. Would you consider it cheating if you save the game right after stealing so you can skip all of this in case you lose? That'd actually be very smart. I've done a couple of Nuzlocks now. Because that's what we do on this channel, Nuzlocks and community games from time to time. And I haven't thought of doing that even once. I'm such an idiot. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. I might do that. If it's this early on, yeah, I think that's fine. Get out of here. We got Evil on our team. Oh, I'm an idiot. I could have taught him Fly before versing that first trainer. That would have been so much better. I already forgot what Pokemon he had, but he had like level 5 Pokemon, right? Alright, let's train a bit here. Oh, are you serious? I want to get to like level 5 at least. Hey, what's up, Sai? Some say it's cheating, others say it saves time. Yeah, I don't think it matters much if it's in the beginning, but if it could change things that are vital in the game, I think it's kind of cheating. Every time I've reset thus far in other Nuzlocks, I restart from all the way in the beginning. Yeah, Team Rocket edition. It's cool, right? Poliwag? Wait, what's Poliwag? Yo, this song sounds mad cool, what the hell? I always cheat on you? Well, it's good we're not together. So that means nothing. Whoa! Is that a shiny Meowth? What the hell? Are shiny rates larger in this game? Jesus Christ. Oh, Poliwag was the Pokemon. Yeah, so then it's not worth versing him. Hey! I completely forgot about that. Shocking face. I have to. All I hear is the. My bad. I should have made a shocking face. This is what they do in Japan for pictures. It's like the peace sign. Yes, Team Rocket Edition. Isn't that cool? That face is shocking. Yeah, my bad. Hey, tackle was better than fly. Let's go. It's interesting. Yeah, I mean, we just started it. So, look at the Nuzlocke rules, too. We can only steal Pokemon. I'm just training him up a bit, because right now he kind of sucks. I might just use tackle, actually. Not against myself, though. Yeah. Forget to nickname it, you must release that Pokemon. Hell yeah, baby. I'll count the starter as not the first Pokemon. Maybe I should, but... Hey, learn Sand Attack. That could actually be very useful. Sand Attack's always useful in Nuzlocke, I feel. You must steal every Pokemon you use. I know, isn't that cool? I don't know if I want to verse this guy yet, to be honest. He had a Poliwag and something else, I don't know. The thing is, I want to make it a... Wait, why didn't my fly hit? I want to make it a bit challenging for myself, but I don't mind just owning at the same time. This is a chill Nuzlocke. Next Nuzlocke is going to be... I might go to Hardcore Nuzlocke after this one. So no Pokeballs, technically. True, yes. I don't know how many Pokemon you can steal in this game, though. So this is either a really good idea or a really bad idea. So far, we were able to steal one, which is like the tutorial, kind of. Let's dance. I got the taco hat, too. Oh, we have stolen one Pokemon, so I'll put the counter up at 1. It can go downhill at any moment. True. But I could also just overtrain. Am I ready? Alright, let's verse you this time. Ooh, Fly did a lot. He crit hit me. Are you kidding me? Bellsprout. Oh, perfect. Wait, what? Stop missing. Fly has like 95% accuracy. Come on. Or 90. Ooh, I learned Gust. Give me your Pokemon. Steal a Pokemon. Yes! Yes! Do we want a Poliwag? Another hat? Intentalo equals try it. Ah, intentalo. Poliwag or Bellsprout? We got this nice fedora. Alright, we're gonna put this sexy fedora on, okay? I don't know if you guys will be able to see it, but it's on. Jesus, it's getting harder to balance these hats. Yeah, you guys don't even see it. Just know that it looks like this on my head. Bellsprout? What? I feel like Poliwag is so much better. For the type coverage, you definitely want to try and be higher levels when you reach red. And someone else, but it might be obvious or not of who it is. Okay. Yeah, I heard red is challenging. I feel like Poliwag is better. But Bellsprout because of type coverage. You know what? Let's look at that might be true. Let me see. Cause like Poliwrath is pretty good, and he has like fighting and water moves, right? What does he learn move? Well, I guess not Poliwrath, but Whirl. I could also go Politoed. Oh, I don't know if it's easy to get water stones. Maybe I think I could buy it at Celadon. And I'm at Celadon. And we already have Fly. Wait, can we fly anywhere? I'm gonna have to test that out. I want to see what he learns. He's kind of weak for a while, though. But so is Bellsprout. He'll be good to have Surf. I'm assuming I'll need HMs in this game. Yeah, he'll be good for Surf also. Let's see Bellsprout. Victory Bell's not too bad. Victory Bell's stats are not bad. What does it learn, though? What can it learn? It's so hard to decide which one. I haven't played enough Nuzlocke to know which is better to use. Could learn quite a few TMs, though. Just gonna look at Poliwrath's stats one more time. Poliwrath's stats are overall better. Base stats, but I don't know type coverage of what they can learn. It should be solid. Go Poly. Water and fighting moves late game. Yeah, but I don't know when I get Surf in this game. Nah, go with Poly. Okay. I've sworn that I would never go Poliwrath because of the wrath that he's caused in previous Nuzlockes. But I forgive him. We're evil this time, so it's okay. Give me a Gambler Robert. Would you like to give a nickname? Hell yeah. Your name's gonna be... Any names? Any suggestions, guys? I'll take suggestions. As I drink my water. While I take suggestions, my face is gonna disappear, but I'm gonna... I'm gonna add the Pokemon we've got so far. I wonder if there's a randomizer for this game. Let's add Pidgey. Oh wait, no, that was an accident. This is the wrong thing. Ooh, Chestnut. That's from our last Nuzlocke. Let's add Pidgey. And let's add... One of them might die because we're going to have to do the thing right now. Poliwag. There we go. Look at them sexy Pokemon down there. Even though my face isn't there. Okay, there's my face. Cunt, just that. Is Rocket Edition finally completed? From what I read on the ROM Hacks website, I think it is. Pokemon Team Rocket version. So it says Pokemon Fire Red Rocket Edition completed. Yeah, let me see where it's at. Yeah, completed version. This was actually released... The completed version was released July 11th, 2021. Jesus Christ. Am I that lucky that I saw it was complete? I just happened to like think about like this type of game and I found it and I installed it. How lucky was that? That's actually so good. Wait. That's so cool. Like that was pretty recent, a few months ago. Name it Pidgey. Yeah, I'll name it Prince after Prince. Because he was a good singer and he died. And he's also in chat. Let's go, Prince. Assuming that you're a guy. Sorry. Let's see what he says. If I were only a few years younger, I'd teach you all you little whippersnappers a lesson. Bro, I'll own you, bro. You have sucky Pokemon. Alright, the moment of truth. Okay, guys? We're gonna spin the wheel. If we get a 1, we have to release Evil. If we get a 2, we have to release Prince. Any other number, and we're safe. Let's go. Oh. We barely got 3. Damn it, I wanted to release one of these losers. It is what it is, though. Next one is Kurt Cobain. Okay. I thought next one will be Hunter, but I guess we'll go with that. Hey, what's up, Doctor? How are ya?
Hello there.
I'll leave the counter at 2. All right, let's go put him back. Hey, we got Prince on our team, baby. Do we have access to that? I'm to tell you that the road there is just about to close, so I'm not really supposed to let any more people through. Oh, I think at a certain point, I'll be able to fight this guy and steal his Pokemon. I want to see everything we have access to. Road's closed. You're not coming by. Shoosh, be gone. Bro, oh my god. I'm so excited for the moment I get to steal your Pokemon, bro. Moonwalking. I kept avoiding it because it wasn't completed when I first played it. Oh, really? Interesting. How far did you get? Well, I guess... How far into the game did you get? Like halfway or 1/4, if you don't mind me asking. Jesus, this hat is so annoying. The other one fell, by the way. I don't know where it was. Bad hat. I'm taking it off. It's been 40 minutes. Or like 30 minutes. Or like... Yeah, it's been like 40 minutes. Hey. Okay. Let's train Prince just a little bit, okay? Not the best. Not the best. Alright, there we go. Oh, we got Gus too. Wait, Gus should be useless, actually. I wonder if we get access to experience here. Let's get him to like level 7. Then I'll be happy. We have both Pokemon, unfortunately. Trying to tell it to take them off? Oh. Wait, how are you trying to tell me that? Yo, let's go, Poliwag. I'm not scared of no Meowth. I mean, not let's go. We gotta use these filthy, disgusting-looking Pokemon. Yeah, get out of here. No more free requests allowed. Oh, is the author of that next song King? Let's fly out of here, baby. Oh, it only allows us to fly... because we have to follow our boss's instructions, it only allows us to fly to Route 4. Isn't that so cool? Let's get out of here. Hey! What's up, bro? Let's get him. It's time for your first mission, Grunts. We've been informed by a well-trusted source at Pewter City Museum that some particularly rare fossils have been sighted. Let's get him! We've hired a particular super nerd to help find and identify them. Let's kill them all. Your mission is to assist the search in any way, scavenging every nook and cranny, fending off any trainers who may have gotten a big idea about collecting some fossils. Ooh. Wait, do I have to verse Red? Get moving, kids. Let's go, baby! Well, I'm not gonna get moving yet. Damn it, I hate Zubat. Dude, I thought I was gonna be a gangster, not an archaeologist. I should have stayed in school. What? That's such weird. That guy Petrol is kind of hot. Oh yeah, he is kind of hot. The purple beards. So hot. Oh, this song. So without spoiling anything specific, I got stopped. Thank you. Because it wasn't completed. When you can steal Pokemon from everybody, and I think you were given your first major mission, which was to go to some meeting. Oh. Oh, wow. So you're... I think you were given your first mission. Interesting. Thank you for saying it like that. I tried stealing a Pharaoh from this biker guy. He gave me a black eye. I think I'll stick to kids. Because your Pokemon suck too much, bro. Alright, I want to see what I could steal. I want to see what he says. Did you want something? Alright, let's scavenge. Is there anything in these rocks? Nothing. You hurt me and then leave. Is that what they're saying in the song? Hey, little kid. You're lucky we have a public healthcare system. Otherwise, criminals like you would be kicked out in no time flat. I live in America. You're wrong. Does this guy give me a free Pokemon? I'll let you have a secret Pokemon. Nah, I don't buy Pokemon. I steal Pokemon. Get out of here. Something ought to be done to stop criminals like you. Don't tell anyone. I think you Rockets are actually pretty badass. Yo, let's go. What a good kid. The 3 rocks to the left, there's a hidden item in the middle. When you get to the part, I'll let you know if that helps. Yeah, sure. On the grass, not the rocks, I'm fairly sure. Hey, don't tell me anything, bro. I don't tell me anything. Oh, you're right, it's a person berry, thank you. That helps. Have you played Fire Red a lot? Or Leaf Green Hunter? Or any of you guys? I'm just checking because I don't know if people who make ROMs add that stuff. You people have better learn some manners. Oh, how much I want to freaking demolish you. Whammon. I was just going, not because you're a whammon, but because you're talking to me like that. All of a sudden, these Rocky guys kicked me out and told me to mind my own business. The nerve. Hey, where do you think you're going, Grunt? Oh. Yo, I can't wait until I beat the hell out of you, you purple-headed freak. Anyway, let's continue with our mission. I'm fairly sure. Yeah. You got it. Alright, we're in Mount Moon. Bro, we did a hardcore randomized Nuzlocke in this game. Bullet Seed, okay. So we should be doing okay. I don't think we could teach Bullet Seed, but you know, just in case, you never know. You know, Fly, maybe Prince could know. Okay, that would have been cool. I have played enough Pokemon to fry the eyes of 37 suns. That's awesome. Nope, no fossils here. All I see are rocks and Zubat. Paralyze heal. I don't think there's a... I don't know what level Pokemon does she have. You have a stupid Weedle? Oh, wait. Weedle could be scary, actually. Get out of here. Caterpie. Get out of here with you stupid Caterpie. Are you one of them? Bro, I'm literally Team Rocket. Yeah, we're gonna steal your Pokemon, baby. Do we want your stupid Pokemon, though? Not really. Wait, in the Nuzlocke rules, it doesn't say I have to steal every Pokemon, right? So there are... so I could get a bit smart here, okay? If we don't steal certain Pokemon, then that means we don't need to risk losing that Pokemon. So, the smart way would be not to steal the Pokemon. But, because we're freaking evil, we're gonna steal even sucky Pokemon. Do we want a Weedle or a Caterpie? Freaking 2 sucks. Do I care that much? Weedle or a Caterpie? Do I want a Butterfly or do I want a Bee? That's the big question. I want a Bee. Weedle would be better? Yeah, let's go with the Bee. Give me your Pokemon, stupid Kent. Your name's gonna be... I want to name her Gorl, because it's a Gorl. What do you guys think? What do we name her? Oh, we're gonna say Kurt Cobain or Hunter. Butterfree would be good for stun and sleep. That's actually very true. Which could be better for a Nuzlocke, but... Bijo would probably be better. Yeah. Alright, let's name you... Margarine? Gorl? Okay, I'm happy someone else agreed with my name. Let's go with Gorl, because you're going to be the sexiest Gorl on our team. Darn it, I never should have come here. Yeah, you're a loser. No matter where... You can't hide anywhere, okay? We will steal every Pokemon that exists in this universe. The nerve. Wait, what the hell? Oh, this is the entrance. Did you guys come to look for fossils? We came to steal fossils. I don't know if that's a girl. Oh, wait. This actually might not be good. It's gonna have metronome. Wait, do we have potions? This is not a hardcore Nuzlocke, so we could use potions. Oh my god. I should have gotten potions. Must make an appearance though? Okay. Or Hunter. True. Are you kidding me? Girl's gonna die. Jesus, it's a level 9. I don't know what to do here. Let's go with oh, you have Poison Sting? That's good. It would be good if it worked better. Jesus Christ. Can you wake up, Evil? Can you, like, wake up? Wake up! Wake up! Yes, it woke up. Oh my freaking god. I should have changed out because of all the growls. It keeps encoring like a loser. Wake up! He has 1 life. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. This is so bad. I think we lost the run. Oh, let's go. Get out of here. Jesus Christ, that was actually so lucky. I lost? Yeah, get out of here, you stupid person. A loss right now would hurt. Haha. I mean, usually a loser, we would lose because I'm a noob at everything I do. But we actually won. Let's go. Prince for the clutch. I was thinking Butterfly for my name because, you know, margarine is fake butter. So Butterfree. That would have been good. I should have gone Butterfree just for that. What are you trying out? I'm not a kid. I'll be 14 next week. Are you kidding me? I'm 24. I could steal your Pokemon. Alright, so I think it would be smart to actually buy some potions. Okay, we still have access to this, which is pretty good. And we have access to this. I wonder if we have access to hyper potions and stuff. I'm such a rapper. I don't remember which floor. Which floor has it? Oh, we will need a water stone actually. Right, guys? Water stone for Poliwhirl. Prince for the clutch. Jailbait? What do you mean jailbait? Jabait? Guys, I'm not dumb, right? Poliwrath is Poliwhirl to Poliwrath is Waterstone. Let's buy a I don't have enough money. Wait, when I beat trainers, don't I get money? I have like no money. Wait, can I even buy potions? No way. Wow, this makes this Nuzlocke even harder. I just realized I have like no money. Oh, that makes it interesting. Okay. I mean, I could just overlevel, but the 13-year-old in the cave and yet yeah, well, jailbait? No, I wanted to steal their Pokemon. How's that jailbait? We're gonna train a bit here. Having hypnosis is nice though. Confuse Ray is like one of the best moves I feel like possible, just because it's because I have get poisoned. Because poison's because it's good. I forgot what I wanted to say. I'm not sure when Eucanics out, but I think I remember there being a Team Rocket shop somewhere. Oh, that makes sense, and that's cool. I feel like Michael Jackson. Oh, perfect. Prince. Oh, roar. We're gonna poison you. That did like nothing. We don't need no gust. What is this song? Hey, 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 hey. I kind of want experience share. It takes too long like this. We'll just get him to level 7. Hey, oh! Let's go! Kakuna, baby! Stupid Pokemon. Stupid loser Pokemon here. Learned Harden, though. With Poison Sting, that's... Oh, wrong Pokemon. Jesus, sometimes I don't think. Perfect grind music. I know, right? What is this, Chinese? Disgust. Nah, I'm joking. I feel like Jessica. Very nice. What is that emote? I've heard this song before. Na 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 booty booty bye na 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 na. Oh my god, stop roaring. Jesus, Growlithe is so good to fight against, but Roar just ruins it all. Oh, I said I would stop at level 7. Wait, let's get you up a few levels. Let's get you up a few levels. Yes. I want him to get to like level 10. Ooh, Gurenge. Beautiful. You didn't mean to put this version? Dunsmith's Brass. Oh, I know what this is. This is from, what's it called? I heard PewDiePie put this, I think. Or, like, something that sounds like this. I don't know. Oh, never mind. That's just very Chinese. I don't know this song. I thought it was, like, a Swedish song for a second. For some reason, because I'm stupid sometimes. Oh, it's a level 5. That's why I was doing so much. Hey, you don't miss any bubbles. Baby, I'm gonna say bye bye, babe. Oh my god, let me hit my bubble. Yeah, Prince, level 10, baby. Prince of Games. What a mighty name. Alright, we're gonna fly. That's enough grinding. We're not losers. Beware, Zubat is a bloodsucker. I'm not scared of blah. If only I could afford some repels. I know, I have no money too. I think I found something. Bro, it's a freaking ladder. This is why grunts are so stupid. Except me, because I'm a genius. Alright, before we do that though, let's see what's here. They're just fossils. I know, why is everyone yelling? Ooh. Don't sneak up on me. I didn't sneak up on you, you stupid. That's not a good matchup. Well, that's actually a terrible matchup. That's poison. Yes, you got poisoned. This is gonna harden. Wait, I didn't pay attention to what? Oh, he's tackle. Harden's good then. Get out of here. Goral is actually coming in clutch. He almost tackled though, but that was actually coming in clutch. Yeah, that was named after you. It's because it's fast? Yeah, I guess so. I could hear the Chinese though. My Pokemon won't do. Ugh, I wish I could steal your stupid Pokemon. Ooh, I just wondered if it's smart to not verse certain trainers so I could verse them later and steal their Pokemon. Unless I have the opportunity to steal their Pokemon later. You know what I'm saying? Alright, let's heal up. You can't hear the monkey? Oh, the monkey came through. The monkey came through. Monkey to very bad. You guys didn't hear it? I should have said name it Pogs. It's okay, maybe the next Pokemon. Zubat, we don't catch. We only steal Pokemon. We don't catch Pokemon. We're not losers. Yeah, I know how to get to Cerulean City. I'm looking forward to stealing your stupid Pokemon. I don't want no Metapod, though. What else you got? Hey, we got Water Gun. Paris? Ugh. Get out of here. Kakuna? What is sucky Pokemon, bro? I don't think you're the kind of guy I should be giving advice to. Give me your Pokemon. Oh! I pressed Metapod by accident. I literally just got used to just spamming the same button with the grinding. Let's go? That's not a let's go moment. Alright, well, we got a Metapod. You're Arab and that song's kind of Arabic. I'm not even Arab. I'm Jewish, bro. But I guess they are my cousins. Now you might have Beedrill and Butterfree. Well, yeah. What level does Metapod evolve into? We'll have both. I guess that's not the worst thing. What do we name Metapod? It evolves into Butterfree at level 10? What the hell? I do look at Arabic. They're like my cousins, bro. What do we name you? Margarine? Ugh, fine. Because it's like butter. But wouldn't Butterfree be better? But fine, we'll go with fake Butterfree. Because you know what? Pokemon suck. And I wish they'd all die. Because I'm evil. You get it, guys? It's because I'm evil. Yeah, I think butter is better. But Doctor wants margarine, so I'll be a nice person. My bugs, why did I even talk to you? Because you're a loser, you're an idiot, and you're a child. Alright, we have 4 Pokemon. You know what that means. We have to release one of our Pokemon, possibly. Alright, let's get the rolls in, okay? You guys ready? You guys freaking ready? Let's see which loser we might get rid of right now. It's for Butterfree. Well, I like short names, like Prains, Goral, Evil. Margarine is so long. But it is butter. Well, how is it free, though? How's the free part? Okay, anyway. Let's spin. What are we gonna get rid of? 2! Evil will be released. Wait, we're not gonna have Fly. We're not gonna have Fly.
Bruh.
We're not. I didn't think this through. You want me to end stream? Free as in without gluten-free, dairy-free. Oh, I get it. That's kind of funny. That's actually a good one. Just use them strictly for the HM. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be forced to I don't think the game will allow me to release him, actually. I'm gonna do one of these, Alright, don't tell anyone, guys. When this goes on YouTube, they're gonna see me releasing her, but I'm actually gonna keep her so I could use Fly. Okay, guys? I'm gonna save and release her. Alright. It's time to release this loser. You may have been filled with evil, but you're dead to me now. Goodbye. Goodbye. Alright. And now we just load the game again. And you see? He's there. She's there. Oh, we'll put her at box 2, okay? We'll put her at box 2. No one saw that. HM slaves are okay. Yeah. Yeah, they're okay. They're okay. Until we get the next Pokemon that can learn Fly. Ping, be happy. I brought new songs today. I don't like these songs that much, though. Already losing the OG of the team. I know. That was so sad. Like, why couldn't we roll a 5 or a 6? I mean, no. We're evil. The more that die, the better. Wait, how many Pokemon died now in this run? Or that we released? Oh, I'm supposed to make them go into battle and die. Wait. I want to make them go into battle and die, because that's even crazier. Okay. That's even more evil. Before releasing you, you will go into battle and die. Damn it, you're too strong. Jesus, can we get like a stronger... You will go into battle and die. God damn it! You're too strong. Stupid level 3 Zubat. Come on, give me something stronger. Oh my god. Kill me! Kill me, Paris! Let evil die! Let evil die! Ah! Damn it! Evil, you're too strong! It's not working. Perfect music for a loss? Yeah, but I'm happy that people are dying. Because I'm funny? Thank you. If you have Pidgey die but stay in the team, you can get away with Fly. Just would have a filled spot. No, I have to get rid of it from the team. Sand attack. Ugh, I have no sand attacks. God damn it. I can't go heal up because the same thing would happen. Are you kidding me? Why is this so hard? Bro, at this rate... Oh my god. Can you like... Oh my god. You know what? Just... you know what? You're just getting released. I don't care. You're so annoying. You're so annoying. Alright, and that's the part in the video where I release her. Let's just put her back here for now. Okay. Alright, see you, Jessique. Thanks for popping in as always. I appreciate it. So we released Rattata and we released Pidgey. That's it for now, right? So we have 2 deaths technically. The more deaths, the better. The more evilness I feel in my brain. We gotta go with this, you know? You know, guys? We gotta go with this feeling. Alright, this team sucks now. The good news is Margarine will evolve at level 10. The bad news is it might not be smart to kill off every Pokemon we get. Is Bubble or Water Gun better, actually? I mean, it might not be smart to catch every Pokemon we can. I mean, steal every Pokemon we can. I think I already said that. Onward with the Nuzlocke deaths. Yes! And if this video gets 100 likes on YouTube, or you know, in the future, I'll probably do it anyway. I'll do the same thing, but being like a good guy, being like good instead of evil. Isn't that interesting that the word evil has such like strong connotation to it, but the word good is just good? Like, what's the opposite of evil? It's like good, but that doesn't sound that good, you know? Thank God we could fast forward. There's like no encounters here. It's actually annoying. Do we move on or do we keep doing this? He does have Absorb, which can get or Leech Life. It doesn't. There's like no XP here. We might just use Fly right now. Ooh, I should update the team. Even though they die every second, but you know. Who was our second guy? I'm so brain dead, or I don't care about them at all. That's why. Yeah, let's just go with that. Oh yeah, Kakuna Matata. We got Kakuna. We got Kingdra. I wish. We got a stupid Metapod. I'm assuming we get better Pokemon as we go, which would, you know, make sense. It's actually, yeah, that's cool. Rattata died first by default, then Pidgey. Yeah. So that's our team now. It's actually so cool. It would be cooler if we could customize. Yo, I heard for Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, they were made on Unity, so a lot of ROM hacks will probably come out from that, which is so cool. Usually there's more space here. Oh, there is. Okay, so we'll be able to fight more. I think the other trainers here are scared of me because I'm wearing this suit. If only they knew what a wimp I really am on the inside. Damn. I'm versing everyone here. Damn, no one has money. It's not just me. I like that a lot. I like that aspect of this game. When we do the good version, Rattata is going to be so useful. Alright. Oh, we found a potion. Okay, let's verse you. It was an excavating fossils. Let's verse you. Wow, it's way bigger in here than I thought. Ugh. Oh, no. Okay, it's fine. We'll just poison sting you. Can you get poisoned? Can you just get poisoned? Is it impossible for Oddish to get poisoned? Am I stupid? Don't answer that question. Hey, you know what? Just die. Just die, you stupid Oddish. Get out of here. Bellsprout. Oh my god. Okay, we have a potion now. Ooh, critical hit. Oh, we should be okay. Get out of here, lass. Oh, we can't steal her Pokemon. She's a stupid lass. Damn it, I forgot about that. Oh, this is harder than I expected. I am happy to find out that we could steal a good amount of Pokemon though. That's enjoyable. I mean, that's cool. It's not enjoyable. I mean, it is enjoyable. I'm evil. I can't forget my character arc. I wonder if we could go all the way to the fossil area. Haha! It's a little kid. You know what that means, guys. Free Pokemon, baby. Get out of here. Hey, you do 3 damage. Can you stop doing so much damage? Nidoran? I don't even care, bro. Get out of here. Zubat. Get out of here. Losing stinks. Yeah, because you're a loser. Yes, we're stealing your Pokemon, baby. Let's get that Zubat, yeah? What do you guys think? I think Golbat is insanely good. Oh, I forgot my face. Nah, I forgot my face. Yeah, my bad. Once you get near the part I was talking about, you should have access to a lot of Pokemon still. Okay, hell yeah. That sounds awesome. Did I miss something? No, I'm just stupid. Alright, we're gonna steal this Zubat. Actually, Nidoking could be insanely good, but that's later on, you know? I don't know if I should wait for a Nidoking. Because then we could get Earthquake and stuff. But Golbat is so good. I mean, Crobat is so good. The thing is, Crobat requires high friendship. And I don't know if we're playing high friendship. You know what I mean? But he was... Yeah, I don't know. Important to try and have some fodder, more access to deaths. Oh, that's true too. Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter too much what Pokemon I get. But for fodder, that's actually so smart. You're smart, Prince. You're smart. You're like, no, that's just common sense. But I'm like, no, that's smart. Alright, we're gonna go with Zubat. Give me your Zubat, youngster, stupid Josh. Stupid kid. We're gonna name you... Oh my god, we're getting so many women. Whoa, what are we naming her? We can name her Hunter. Any cool ideas? Oh yeah, no duplicates are allowed, by the way. So I should be writing it down. So we had Rattata. And we had... Who was the second Pokemon we had? Pidgey. So we can't use Rattata or Pidgey for the rest of the game. Well, for the rest of this run. Huntress? Alright, let's go with Huntress. Unless someone else comes up with anything. I almost spelled Huntress wrong. You guys coming up with... What about their evolved forms? Yep, same thing. So we can't catch a Pidgeotto or Pidgeot or Eradicate. All I wanted was for girls to like me. Well, maybe don't fight Team Rocket. Well, actually, yeah. Maybe have stronger Pokemon, stupid. Alright. That's our 5th Pokemon, actually. I gotta get used to pressing that. What? Huntress has Leech Life. Supersonic. Actually, could be useful. That's our 5th Pokemon. That is our 5th Pokemon, right? We released one, and Rattata doesn't count. Which means our 6th Pokemon is gonna be crazy. Let's keep... Wait. What do these lead to? Am I gonna get promoted now or what? Oh, that means the fossils are probably there. I don't want to go there yet then. I want to get access to everything first. I think this guy's a trainer. Come here. You're one of them rockets. Yeah, I'm a rocket. Oh yeah, this could be bad. Let's go with Prince. Cough, update the team. Cough. Oh yeah, thanks. It's annoying to update them because like I have to do it manually, but it is what it is. Thank you. Sometimes I think I'm not gonna update the team. Sometimes, you know? Just so, because I know one of them is gonna die soon. Flamingo. Oh, I wish I could steal one of his Pokemon. Get out of here, Cubone. You're a loser. Machamp, get out. Oh. That did a lot of damage. Let's get this. Yes, we got the Supersonic, and now you're just gonna die. You're just gonna die now. You're just gonna die. You're just gonna die. Bye, Machop. Bye. Oh my god, can you like die? Thank you. Prince level 13. Shocked again. Criminals like you shouldn't be wandering around here in the dark. It's not that dark. Hey there, bruh. This here's my ladder. I found it first. Find your own. Why don't you go down the ladder, you stupid? That's interesting. They give you different access points to stuff. Let's go heal up, and then we're gonna go down this ladder, and then go down the actual ladder we need to go down. We barely get any XP, though. It's kind of sucky. Next Pokemon we steal is gonna be, we're gonna have to roll the dice again. Alright. Oh, this leads to the same thing. I'm lost, mister. Do you think you can help me out? I'm gonna steal all You're a Pokemon little girl. Actually, I could only steal one, but I'm gonna steal it. Team Rocket Grunt, step away from the ladder. Yeah, that's so weird. Gambling Pokemon away. It's crazy, right? I had that idea before the stream. I'm like, what would make this more interesting? Let's go with Astonish. Oh, wait. You're a normal type. Ghost doesn't affect you. You put me to sleep? What a loser. I'm not getting... Ugh. I'm gonna put you to sleep. Get out of here, Jigglypuff. Oh, I get to get a Clefairy? That's actually so good. The Russian roulette of Pokemon. It's actually pretty crazy. I like the idea. I came up with it all by myself. I asked my brother, too, what he thought. I forgot you only have Harden. Wait, what? Oh my... You gotta be kidding me. Get up, Prince. Get up. Get up. Stop missing your Hypnos. There you go. Yo, if Prince dies, this run's over. Give me a Pokemon. Jigglypuff or Clefairy? I mean, come on, guys. Easy decision. I like how the decision between the Pokemon are so similar. I love this song. I wonder if the ROM hack accounts for Fairy-type Pokemon. Do I want a Wigglytuff or do I want a Clefable? I needed a Moonstone for Clefable. I'm trying to look at the stats. Do I want these stats? Or do I want Jigglypuff? Well, not Jigglypuff. Wigglytuff. They both need Moonstones. It looks like... looks like Clefairy's better. But move-wise, I don't really know. What do you guys think? Priorities 1. Protect Prince. 2. Nuzlocke. Well, listen. It's the wheel. Alright? It's the wheel. I don't control the wheel. What do we get, though? And possibly lose. I'm a widow. Clefairy or Jigglypuff? Clefairy or... I don't know what moves they learn either. Clefable looks more all around good, but you need high friendship. Well, you need high friendship for both, right? You know, it might be a good idea to compare stats and whatnot. Yeah, I compared stats. Clefable's stats look better. I just don't know what they could learn. Yeah, let's go with Clefairy. Clefairy! Clefairy, yeah. What do we name her? Damn, they're all whamming. It's interesting. Usually it's not like that, I feel like. Looking special. Oh, wait. We always call Clefairy Fairy. Because the last Nuzlocke we did, we called her Fairy, so... Your name is Fairy. Your life doesn't matter. You'll be used to fight, and then you will die one day. Sorry, I'm going with Fairy. Hey, what's up, Nico?
Hello there.
Lemon is a song by a Japanese band. Well, I want to see what she says. I don't want to talk to you. You're scary. Hell yeah, I am. I found Thief. It's kind of funny. All right, time for the wheel, ladies and gentlemen. Time for the wheel. Let's see what we get. Ooh! We must release Huntress. Get out of here, you stupid Huntress. That's what you get for falling asleep on the job. That kind of sucks, actually. We keep having to release Pokemon. It's so frustrating. Oh, why are we getting so unlucky? Maybe this is a bad idea. We'll slowly make our way to 6 Pokemon though. So, that was special. So let's go to Death. Prince is safe. True. Widow. You must die in the wild before I release you. Die! Die. Die. At least you're weaker than Pidgey. Die. Oh, Leech Life might not be... Stanch does way too much. Oh my god. It's actually so annoying. Stop being good. Jesus Christ. Why am I getting so unlucky? Susume! Kill me! Kill me. Kill me! Kill Huntress. Let her suffer. Kenshi Yonezu. Yep. Prince is safe. True, Prince is safe. That's good at least. Meant to add and whatnot through Vikun. It's online, and as long as you know how to spell their name and the gen, it can be really helpful. Clefairy and whatnot through Vikun. Oh, to check stats and stuff? Vikun. Vikun. Pokemon. Compare Pokemon. Oh, wow. Okay. I'll keep that open. Thank you. I found it. Yeah. It's time for your death. Oh. Die! Die! Yes! Time to release. Time to release this terrible Pokemon. This is so much work, actually. We're only in the first area, too. Get out of my life, Zubat. Goodbye and good riddance. Maybe I don't need to... Wait, did I put the darkness back on? Oh, no. Oh, Jesus. So we're only down to 4 Pokemon, but Prince is still here, thank God. Huntress must die, it must be Admiral to battle with you. True. Yeah, I like that song, Nico. Look at her going round in circles. You're crazy, woman. I wish I could steal your stupid Pokemon. You crazy, crazy child. Jesus Christ. Alright, let's continue where we have to go. You know, we're actually screwed if Prince dies. But we will get one more Pokemon. And we do have Fairy. So I guess that's fine. Ooh. So what do you think? Look at me and tell me this is the rarest looking fossil. I bet you it's not a fossil. It's a moonstone. You evolve censored a little Pokemon like Jigglypuff. So much for leaving early. Yeah, get out of here. I want that Pokemon, that item. Give me that moonstone. Just take it, see if I care. Oh, I thought I would have to verse him for it. Oh, that's actually so good. Oh, yes. Okay. Should I use it right now, guys? Or should I save it for the chance that Fairy dies?
Hello there.
What's up, Nathan? Hi, I can see you and hear you now, only on this account. Why'd your internet go down? Just know the Japanese Gita's Miyavi? What? Gita's Miyavi? No, I don't know what that means. Might want to train for Red. I guess Red is coming up, yeah? Oh! I didn't mean to use it, but you know what? Yes. Become stronger, Clefable. You stupid, useless piece of poop. I don't know. That might have been really dumb. Na, 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 na. Can thank you. Really? Na 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 There you are. You better get over it. Everyone's all in a frenzy about some strong-ass trainer that came in here. Ooh, is that red? I'm telling you, it beat me straight out without even breaking a sweat. Barely got the chance to even move. Tell me about it. The spiky-haired kid was ruthless. Must have been some rich little child prodigy. Disgusting. Where the hell did he get those uber-powerful Pokemon? Oh, I want to steal Red's Pokemon. Hell yeah, baby. You guys are telling me you got your asses handed to you by some kid? Aren't we all kids? I'm not buying this. I'll go hunt down this twerp. You're probably gonna get owned too. I think the Pokemon Center sounds pretty nice. Talk about a bunch of wussies. You're not scared. I'm not scared. I'm a freaking cool dude, bro. I'm not leaving this damn cave. Hell yeah, baby. Okay, I'm not going there yet. I'm not crazy. That kid was badass. So this is how they... Oh, I thought I got blocked for a second from getting out of the cave. I was like, Jesus. Either Red or the other trainer? Spiky hair doesn't sound like Red, though. But if they're really powerful, we're gonna have to train for this. Where did the Team Rocket members go? It's like they just... They left. I don't know, but some people are saying there's a fire that made the internet go down. Oh, damn, that sucks. That really does suck. Alright. Na, na. I want to make the background cooler. Make background. I tried to make the background move. Because I like making backgrounds move, but it didn't work well. It's not right, I can tell you who if you want, but it might be obvious. No, don't tell me, don't tell me. Don't tell me. I'm too dumb, but don't tell me. Oh, I guess it's... Oh, it's blue then. It's Gary. Oh, spiky-haired kid, it's Gary. Right? Wait, don't tell me. See you, Nathan. Hopefully your internet gets better. We got a train. We got a freaking train here. Why can't I steal all their Pokemon? I mean, it would be too OP, obviously, but, like, it would make more sense. So we've released 2 Pokemon and gotten rid of 1 so far. Jesus. Is my counter correct? You can, just not yet. Really? Wait, don't tell me that. I consider that a spoil. Don't tell me. I'm very I watch anime. I don't know why that has to do anything, but I'm very like I don't want any spoilers at all, even if it's a little thing, you know. But thank you. Unless I ask like specifically like, "Oh, can you tell me if this works out this way or whatever," you know? We need everyone to get some XP here. Jesus, they get like no XP. Okay, we could use Fly technically, but that would kind of be cheating. How high is... I don't know how high the level Pokemon they're gonna be. Maybe I just use Prince to... Okay, Prince, stop being a suck. Do 1 at a time with Prince. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. This tunnel sucks, though. You would think they would have higher level Pokemon. Ooh, level 5, that's good. Yeah, level up, baby. Level up. I think it evolves at level 10. See how much Bubble does. Naruto! Da da da. Da, 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 da. Hey, what's up, yo?
Hello there.
Yo, look at the Nuzlocke we're doing. Isn't that crazy? I just thought of something. I'm such an idiot. Oh my god. I could make a thing happen that whenever someone says hi in chat, it says hello there. And so I don't need to click the button. Connect. By the way, you guys do hear the you guys do hear this, right? You do hear like Like, you hear all these sounds, right? Because I changed the audio settings a bit from last time. It's really cool. Have you played it before? IQ plus, let's go. Nearing 0. I just saw the little thing you have on top saying things. Yeah, my IQ is very low. You hear the sound effects? Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. You heard about this one. Yeah, it's going good. It's going good. We can hear your soundboard. Don't worry. Thank you. Yeah, so it was echoing, so I had to mute like one source. Sometimes I feel like such a genius when I work with with this stuff. Like audio stuff is the most annoying stuff to, not annoying, but complicated stuff to set up for stream. Most annoying is if your internet goes down because you can't do anything about that. That's very annoying. What are the rules? Exclamation point Nuzlocke, baby. I just got an ad. Did you? I'm sorry about that. Yeah, Twitch has been... I don't know what the hell they do, but some people... Well, I guess you don't hear me now. I got you. Na 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 anymore. This area sucks. Where's all the Pokemon? Come on. What level is you? Still level 9. Miyavi has an awesome Gitas? What is Gitas? A guitarist? Sorry about the, yeah, it is cool. I made it like evil, so this is the evil version. And then depending on how well this video does on YouTube, plus, I mean, even if it doesn't do that well, I'll probably do this game in the future. We're gonna do a good version. So this is the bad version. The good version will be like, you know, I don't want to steal any Pokemon. If any of my Pokemon die, I might have to reset. like a reverse type of thing. Yeah. That should be cool. I don't know what Gitas is. Yeah, unfortunately ads, what I wanted to say was ads, I don't know how Twitch does it with ads, but they just randomly give ads sometimes, I feel. And it's I feel bad for you guys that are watching. I also feel bad for me because sometimes I'm saying something and you guys might get interrupted by an ad. Like if you're listening or whatever. How's it going? We just started an hour and a half ago. We had one reset because the first trainer we went up against was like particularly strong. And we can't catch any... Well, actually, we don't have Pokeballs, but we can't catch any Pokemon. And now we're just training because there's an aforementioned very strong Pokemon. So we're training to verse that Pokemon. It's really cool, though. Can you stop missing, Prince? Thank you. Stop getting supersonicked. You can't control it, so no worries. True. True. A lot of grinding. I think I'm going to do a Nuzlocke soon. Maybe in like 2 months. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, it just sparked in me. Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. We're going to do a 24-hour stream this Friday for it. Or maybe even earlier if I could get the game earlier. But that's not what... I'm excited for that. But also January is going to be the new game. The RCS game. So, but I was going to say I wanted to do a Nuzlocke in the future where you can't grind. Like you can't use versus wild Pokemon. I think that would be cool. Still stuck. You're gonna put on YouTube the last Nuzlocke? Yes, I still have to... I'll be honest, I've been a bit lazy, but I've also been busy with other stuff, like helping my dad out with stuff around the house. I don't know if I want to verse Paris, actually. So I haven't had time to edit it, really. But I think tomorrow I'm going to spend a lot of time I want to edit it before I play Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. Because I'm going to have to edit that, too. After a 24-hour stream of it, you know? That would be a little hell for a Nuzlocke. Yes. We did a hardcore randomizer Nuzlocke. I'll just put it on YouTube here. Just gonna put my YouTube out there. But we did a hardcore randomizer Nuzlocke that was insane. I don't want to spoil it, but that was pretty hard. Like, this is my third Nuzlocke, so yes. I mean, it's about time, Goral. Evolve. be more useful for me. Jesus. Oh, that's actually so useful. Oh, finally. My IQ went up. Let's go. It's a hard work to edit. Yeah, I have over 24 hours of footage to go through. So my thought process right now is that I think I'm gonna have to edit differently. I think I'm going to have to just skip a lot of stuff. What I usually do is I watch all the footage. I'll speed through a lot of it, but I'll watch all of it and try to like pull out funny parts to like make funny edits, funny parts of the edit or whatever and stuff like that. But for the Pokemon Gaia, I skipped some stuff already because it's just way too much and not enough time. But I don't know yet though. I think I'm still gonna watch a lot of it for the edit, and just spend a lot of time editing tomorrow. Do it in parts maybe on 3 videos or something. Nah, I kind of like it all there together. You know what I mean? Parts could be cool, but it also forces me to edit faster and move on to the next game and stuff. Like I kind of want to push myself to do more, you know? So it's okay. 3 videos of 20 minutes maybe. It's definitely doable, but I think I'm going to stick to this. We could get more Nuzlocke through like this. Otherwise, I think I would have too big of a backlog of Nuzlocke between stream and the YouTube videos. I think I saw some of it. You started with Charizard, I think? Oh, you did? Oh, cool. Yes, I did start off with Charizard for the... Wait. Start off with Charizard? For the hardcore randomizer Nuzlocke? Did we start off with Charizard? I don't think we started with Charizard. We did for Pokemon Gaia, but... So you can have a timer somewhere with specific parts you want in the video to save time. Yes. The problem is, like, I'll make like a stupid joke. So let's say I verse this girl, right? And I'm like, huh, you're not a kid. I want to steal your Pokemon or something, right? Like I zoom in and I say that. I might think in the back of my head, ooh, this would be good to edit in for the video. But that's like a mental note. Like the way it worked out nicely was that the day after I streamed, I used to edit down like that 5-hour or 3-hour stream down to like what I think is okay. Like maybe down to an hour or whatever. I think that worked out actually. I think the problem is for Pokemon Gaia, I wasn't editing it down because I was concentrating on other aspects of other stuff going on. But I'm gonna do that again. When you're gonna play Generation 4 Remix? What's Generation 4 Remix? Then you forgot, of course. Wait, I forgot what? Oh my god, I'm all over the place. I'm sorry. This is literally my life. I'm like, what? Gomen nasai. Yes, you didn't miss. Ooh, this song is so good. Let's see if we could start using Girl. Yo, we could actually start training with Girl. Maybe not against every Pokemon, but... Oh. Nani? Nani? Yo, I have so much... Do you watch... Prince, do you watch any anime? I have so much anime to catch up on. And every night, I tell myself I'll watch it, but then I'm like, no. I'm not doing well enough on Twitch and YouTube to watch it. I have to work harder. And then I just watch YouTube. You know. Daily life of Ping Pong Moosters, the streamer. Action. Why does he have pink hair? Why did the creator want him to have pink hair? I wonder. Me too, I'm gonna watch something when you end your stream. Hell yeah, what are you gonna watch? Isekai? I do watch anime. I stopped recently because of school stuff, but been meaning to get back into it again. Still have some stuff to finish. Cool. Yeah, I feel like I don't know if this is... I've streamed a bunch of different games, and I feel like a lot of people who come in are anime watchers. Is that true? I don't know if that's true. I feel like it's true. Your eyes. And that's why it's kind of cool that I could talk about my experience being in Japan and stuff. I mean, who doesn't like Japan, right? Even if you don't watch anime, Japan's so cool. You're gonna love the sprite with his pink hair later on. Am I? I mean, he looks... Why pink hair? It's so weird. But I guess a lot of Japanese people dye their hair. Like, the people who dye their hair are kind of looked down upon. And they could be like Yakuza and like the gangsters. So it kind of makes sense how a lot of Team Rocket is like that. If they haven't changed it, which I hope they didn't, it looks amazing to me. Okay. I can't see it. You're colorblind? Damn, that sucks. I have a funny story about that. When I was in physics class in high school, I had a can you stop missing? Thank you. Jeez. I had a classmate who was colorblind, and I made fun of him so much. Like, he was a good friend of mine though, so he took it like well. But I was like, you can't see the colors? Now that I think back at it, I'm such an asshole. But yeah, I did that. I was such an asshole. It's interesting to see how people... Yeah, I think if I was like a streamer when I was like younger, I don't know. I don't know if that would have been a good idea. Not like I was like a terrible kid, but I don't know. I feel like Twitch is very... It's hard to know what you could get banned for on Twitch. That being said, it's not like they'll ban a small person like me. I wouldn't say anything that's worth a ban anyway. I'm just saying, but you know. My friends do the same thing to me, so it's okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's like... I wonder if you see the world differently, though. You know? Ooh, double slap. I mean, it's about time you learned double slap. Give me a double slap. If they took it well and everyone could get a laugh of it, it should be all good. Yep. I do see the world different. Damn. Thing is, we can't see what the others see. That's true. I mean, technically, we all see the world different, right? Theoretically. Because we don't even know what everyone else sees. And even people who aren't colorblind, I think, see color a bit differently. I think even people who live in different countries... I don't know how true that is, but I might have heard that before. Listen, the world is an interesting place. But yeah, I agree with you, Prince. I think that's basically all it is, right? When you're joking around, it's fine. But I don't know. The internet's a crazy place now. I mean, it was always a crazy place, but it's crazy in the sense of, like, I feel like a lot of people are very sensitive. But that's just the times we're living in, you know? At least in the Western world, I don't know. I can see different infinites, so I don't care. That's cool. What do you mean by different infinites? Oh, the infinites. Oh my god. Prince, the other day we were talking about infinites. Countable infinites, infinity, and uncountable infinity. I don't know if you're referencing that, but Jesus, that stuff was so confusing. Wrong move. Poison sting. Let's go. Super effective. Bug beats grass. That's bubble. I don't know what level I want them at, to be honest. What I do know is that I want Metapod to evolve. Or Margarine. Just, we spent all this time prepping them, and half of them are gonna die. I wonder if that's enough training for the spiky trainer. I wonder if all level 10s are enough, and one potion. Bloom glisten. Oh my god, Metapod, just level up. Jesus Christ. What an irritating Pokemon. Oh, we could sell the star piece for money, right? There's like no Pokemon here. I'm so surprised. Might be good to train just Meatloaf and Beedrill. Meatloaf? Oh, Margarine. I I mean, Prince is really good. Let's go with Goral. Just back. Wait, why did I use that? Finally, evolve, you stupid margarine. Stupid margarine. You learned confusion? That's actually mad good. What the hell? How does that get translated to meatloaf? Autocorrect doesn't have a... Imagine you could add Pokemon for autocorrect. I'm gonna get them to level 12. This is such an arbitrary number, but I just feel like 12 is a good number. Confusion is so powerful early game. Give me a rod, give me a rod, give me a rod, give me a rod. This guy's name is Matisiahu. He was a very religious Jewish guy from Brooklyn, which is where I live, New York, Brooklyn, who is like a reggae rapper guy. It's like the first concert I ever went to was his concert. Not a great concert, but he broke his leg, so he's barely on stage. And we had to leave early, and I was a kid because I had school the next day. And people were like smoking and stuff, and it was getting very crowded and stuff. And there were no chairs. We had to stand up, which we were like, what the heck at the time. You used to live in Brooklyn? Oh, that's so cool. Hell yeah. Did you like... I lived in Brooklyn for 22 years of my life. The 2 years that I lived... And I lived 2 years in Japan. I came back last year. Ugh. Japan was so cool. Brooklyn's okay after Japan, but you know. Damn, that's so cool. Why did I use... That was dumb. Let's see now, open up your eyes. Every politician is a human in disguise. Oh my god, can we... I want to be a Gengar. I thought you're saying you want to be a Gangstar. Yo, so many people's favorite Pokemon is Gengar. Like, so many. At least that I've spoken to. Let this sex and let this music make you fly. Close my eyes. Name, yo, a Gengar. Oh, name one of my Pokemon a Gengar? This is not a good matchup. Let's go with Margarine. Jerusalem, you make me fly like an arrow by the sky. Oh yeah, you lived there way longer than me. We moved to New York for 2 to 3 years. First year was in Queens. Second and third was Brooklyn. Then COVID hit and we decided to move back to where we are now. I lived there, not you. I lived there way longer than me? Wait, you lived there way longer than me. Wait, you were good. Never mind, that was food? Oh, that was good. Sometimes I read chat and I think you guys are saying like stuff that makes sense and that I'm just an idiot. And I'm like, what? Screw autocorrect. I think I turned off autocorrect because Pornhub. I mean, because, yeah, because of, you know, it would be annoying when it autocorrects certain things. Jesus and autocorrect apparently do hate you. True. Things happen. Israel Hashem. How did you like New York? New York. Well, it depends where you lived in Brooklyn. I keep hitting the wrong move. Oh my god, you stupid red-haired, pink-haired person. There you go. I would ask you where you live now, but that's... I can understand how that's a personal question. I want Prince to get to level 16. Come on, furry attack. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, we got like no XP here. Wait, is this? Oh, I almost died. Is this John Mayer? Damn. John Mayer is like pop, blues, rock, pop, blues. I never heard this song. One of my best friends, his favorite, it is John Mayer. One of my best friends, his favorite John Mayer song is, what is it? Gravity. He loves Gravity. a lot. I like Slow Dancing in a Burning Room. I like that song. New York was actually pretty fun. We couldn't do a lot since when we first there. We didn't have a lot of money, but there was still a lot to do before COVID hit. Gotcha. Don't say it when you want. Yeah, New York is very expensive too. Even if you have like an okay amount of money. Don't say it when you want to write music and it autocorrects the big badonkers MILF. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's why I have autocorrect off. I could tell in Redder if you want. I mean, only if you're comfortable. The only reason like I ask sometimes people like, oh, like how old are you? Or I try not to, I guess, but or like where are you from? Or like where do you live or stuff. It's just like to get to know you guys better. And it's easier for me to get to know you guys better that way. That's pretty much the reason. But like obviously if you don't want to share something, no need to do it. You're good? I don't mind. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that would be cool. I actually want to see what Furry Attack would do. Jesus, I could use Furry Attack on Geodude. It takes them so long to level up. Wait. Am I the biggest idiot in the world? Oh no, okay, none of them could learn. If one of them could learn Fly, I was about to be like, Jesus Christ. Also, I probably won't have autocorrect on in case I actually forget how to spell something. Well, I think that is what autocorrect is for, to be fair, so. When's my birthday? My birthday is May 9th, 1997. Social security card is 574-283-7782. My address is 37 54th Street. What else? I think that's enough info, right? My password is I like Pokemon 123 for everything I use. I think that's about it, yeah. I think I'm good with the with the stuff I have. Let me see. I believe in this team. And if they don't do well, then they'll die. And they'll deserve to die. And I'm going to learn my lesson. That the first trainer has insane level Pokemon. There may be too much info. That's fine. I don't mind sharing. You guys don't need to share your Oh, credit card number. I forgot about that. You guys don't need to share that info, obviously. But to me, like, yeah, the most interesting, or not the most interesting, but the best info initially is like age and like where you live, because where you live like is so interesting to me sometimes, just to know people from other areas. And then age is just, I don't know, age is just a number. Age is just to like get a good idea of like how mature or immature an individual could be. Because like if a 10-year-old is watching and they say something dumb, like I'm like, okay, they're 10. But if like a 40-year-old is watching and they say something like really dumb, I'm like, I wonder why he's saying that or she's saying that, you know? You live pretty far away, so don't you worry. Okay. That is true. Yo lives in Argentina. If they die after all of this, not only will Prince die, you would have to start completely over. Age is just a reference saved. Reference point. Yeah, clip that. That was not only you'd have to start up. Yeah, but the thing with me is like I get a bit impatient, so I just want to I want to fight already. I don't want to over level because then it might get too boring. I had heard online that Red has level 20 Pokemon. Now my assumption is that the first trainer I verse is Gary, and I'm not gonna verse Red until later. Like, cause it would be crazy to give freaking Red. Like, why would you put Red, right? That just doesn't make sense. Right away. So you know what? We're gonna go for it. We're gonna battle him. I'll send a photo from where I am now on Discord. Okay. Don't have to, but sure. Also, like, I don't know if this is. I form an image in my head of different people based off. This is so cool, actually. Like when I was teaching in Japan, I had 4 schools and over 600 students, and I would study their names and their faces to try to remember who they are. And I had like these. I had an image of who they were, right? Because of things they did or whatever. So it's kind of this is even crazier because I don't know how a lot of you guys look. And a lot of information about you guys, obviously. And we get to know each other more, you know, if you stick around and stuff like that. But, like, there's something in me that clicks when I see that person pop in to chat. And it's like, that's how I remember you guys. It's very interesting. I don't know. Like, obviously, I don't... Like, Prince, I'll always remember you as someone who came first through Reddit. Because I don't think that's ever happened before. Like, that'll be, like, when you pop in, like, that'll be one of the things that will be like, oh, yeah, that's Prince. And from this game, because I named one of the Pokemon Prince, right? And stuff. But anyway. Let's go for it. Time to see some deaths. Let's go, baby. Exactly. The more that die, the merrier. Christmas is coming up. Hey, it's an honor. No, the honor is all mine? Wait, I don't know. What I'm trying to say is, no, thank you. Wait, what the hell? Oh, we're gonna have access to that area now. Because that guy got beat up. I love how they could go to the Pokemon Center and just verse... Oh, I just realized why people don't go to the Pokemon Center and then verse the same guy over and over. Why Team Rocket doesn't do that. Because they'll just get owned over and over. It's a higher level Pokemon. Anyway. Unless they gang up, but no one does that in the Pokemon universe for some reason. The moment of freaking true. Alright, maybe I should have trained here. A revive. What a useless item. What's up, bro? I'm too scared to move in case some Zubat swoops and attacks me. Wait, that makes so much sense. That actually makes so much sense. That's why Team Rocket grunts don't move and heal up. Because they're scared wild Pokemon would kill them. I love that, actually. I love that reasoning. Ping, ping, I found the super nerd guy. And guess what? He says he's found some mother flippin' fossils. Out of curiosity, are you into Pokemon Unite? When it first came out, I told myself I'm going to make it my thing to play the hell out of Pokemon Unite and become one of the best and then, like, I just stopped. I've realized over the years that I really like interacting with people and that I'm not the smartest, or not that I'm not the smartest, but I like to enjoy the games I play. And if I have to strategize and think too much, it's like not as fun. It could be fun still, like for Nuzlocke and stuff, but that's one. And then two is, honestly, it feels like League. I only played League once, but from what other people say, it feels like League. Like, Jesus Christ, I would get frustrated at playing Pokemon Unite, and I would want to end stream early. So, but I have played it before. You must battle random Zubat. Oh, sorry. Careless Whisper. Oh, if everyone dies right now, it might be a good song to fit in. Easy now. I've only been able to find these 2 fossils here, and they're hardly anything to brag about. This whole fossil frenzy has been quite blown out of proportion. Yeah, whatever you say. Dude, Ping, this is awesome. Let's not go forgetting who did most of the finding here. Guess who's gonna be the first to report this? I can't wait to see the faces. I want to report this. Hang on, that reminds me. Did you happen to see some little kid trainer? Spiky hair? Yes. He came right through here not long ago, walking around with his war turtle. Like some big show-off. Ugh, he has a war turtle. I wasn't a trainer, he just walked on past. Yeah, Jesus, war turtle. You never know if some little prick could swoop in. How about you stand guard here? I doubt there'll be any trouble. Yeah. I'll watch out. He's gonna want to fight me, isn't he? Guys, I'm not a loser. We're gonna steal one of these fossils. Damn it. We can't steal one of the fossils. We boomers, we chill. You like little challenges, but a good story overall. Yes! The thing is, I don't mind big challenges from time to time, but I feel like if I got into Pokemon Unite... I remember now exactly what it was. The fact is, I was concentrating so much on getting my rank up and playing competitive that it kind of ruined a bit of the joy for me. Unless I had a team to play with. Another Moonstone, Jesus. Unless I had a team to play with, you know what I mean? If I had a team to play with, I would feel like it would be better, but what the hell? What's going on? No way. Holy shit. He has 6 Pokemon? 25?! Are you kidding me? And you were burned? Alright, the only good thing we have out of this... Oh, I should have gone for Hypnosis right away. I'm an idiot. I'm such an idiot. Doesn't matter. We would have lost anyway. Oh. Cool music, though. All we could do now is... Poison Sting? I want to see his other Pokemon at least. Oh my god. Yes, kill more of them, actually. Kill more of them! Ha ha ha. Let them all die. He actually said, come back. Oh my god, that's literally what they say in the game. Yeah, we already versed that guy. Where are my fossils? Well then. Jesus Arceus Christ. I suppose you got a good look at him. This pink-haired Grunt. I don't know if you... Pink? You fought that kid trainer. What Pokemon he used? At least one of you darn groups are useful. Imagine a boss will want to roar with you. Stupid little purple jerk. Okay, we're gonna have to reset right now. Time to pray indeed. I didn't hear that. Sorry if that didn't hear the time to pray. Did you hear the time to pray? Wait, you can't beat him, I think? What do you mean? If you get your Pokemon above level 25, you could beat him, no? Bro, we have to reset because of the... The rules of the Nuzlocke. That's what I call a lance? A lance? If your party dies, you must reset. Wait, is this possible? Could we get guys above level 25? Because to be fair, if we got Prince to like level 40, you think you have to lose? Let me look it up. I don't want the spoiler, but can you win against Pokemon Red first battle? It's Pokemon? How do I look this up? Can you win against Pokemon Red first battle Team Rocket? Oh, what happens when you beat Pokemon Red in Fire Red Edition? Oh, so you can. Oh, this guy had a level 50 Pokemon. And beat everyone. Okay. Oh, I saw the dialogue after. I'm not gonna read it though. With sheets, you have to lose for the history to progress. With sheets, I think you can a lot easier. Listen, a rule's a rule. We're gonna have to reset here, unfortunately, okay? Sorry, guys. But I want to see more death. I have to be accurate to myself. Rip indeed. How do I load? Oh, I guess I could just open it. I wanna feel so for real.
Oh, I'm so sad. People don't respect monkeys like me. People don't care. They don't care about us. Do you care? I'm sorry, Mama, for abandoning you. No one cares.
Yeah, anyway, anyway, let's get on with our third thing. There we go. Everything's back at 0 except the resets. I belong somewhere. I belong. That was weird, right, guys? I want to see a Kakuna named Naruto. That could happen this run. I wanna feel real. Maybe they made it unisex, the character. That's why it's like a guy / girl. I wanna heal. Back to grinding. Sorry. The thing is, now we'll be smarter. Well, hopefully we don't lose Pidgey and we could grind in the first area, which is such a better area to grind. So let's name you K, because you don't matter. Listen, I gotta be true to my word, Prince. Oh my god, I keep forgetting. There we go. Thank you. I love how they give you Rattata and they give you Fly, and they say A. Oh, that's why half the grunts can't even get to Mount Moon. Oh, that's so cool, actually, if you think about it. What a cool game. I wanna feel. Alright, now we just quick attack to death. I want to see how much tackle does. Sounds like the same thing. Give me Pidgey. We'll name you Naruto! Wait, why do you want to see a Kakuna named Naruto? Let's go with P, since your name starts with PG. It's like P. I don't know. P, you better not die. Actually, I don't care. Okay, so technically, guys, we have to release Rattata, obviously. But Pidgey Gank, we don't have to release Pidgey. Oh, you only have... I actually love this song. Oh my god. Gonna leave for a few minutes. I'll be back. Smart. Bye-bye. See you soon, friends. Jesus, well, that's another reset. Calling. Oops, this was the different run. Oh. Hey, this is good vibes stream. Oh, I'm so terrible. This is why I'm a noob, guys. Not like I have to say it. Tell your phone to make a joke. Hey Siri, make a joke. I don't have Siri on. Listen, I don't want Siri listening to me. Your name is Kakard. I don't know what I named you. He talks so much, Jesus. Imagine you couldn't kill the... His name is Cat. It's like Chad. Oh, let's name you... Survive? Can you survive? Can you survive in all caps? Gonna leave forever. I won't be back. Alright, see you, doctor. Wait, what?
Hello there.
You missed. You missed another reset, actually. Oh. Oh wait. No, I can't. I can't have you. Oh my. Oh, okay. Jesus Christ! If I had to reset again, I would have freaking walked away. Okay, so this doesn't count as a Pokemon that we stole, so it doesn't go into the gambling thing. Don't do this to me. Wait, no, we're good, we're good. Doctor, you're actually going to sleep, though? Alright, a Meowth level... Oh my god, bro, what is this? What am I supposed to... This is literally the only place I could grind. I'm an idiot, I forgot to teach you fly. Oh. No wonder you're suffering. Jesus. I'm actually an idiot. Game is hard, but I'm just stupid. How'd you do so much damage? Ah! You're level 3. Oh my god. Okay, this game's harder than it's always like that. The first run of every Nuzlocke I do is like good until I mess up, and then like it's like 10 mess ups in a row. There aren't any bugs. There's a Paris, which will die to fly, but at least it's not that annoying. Jesus. I don't know what to name the stupid Pidgey at this point. It never survives. Okay, your name doesn't matter. Because you're gonna die anyway, like the loser that you are. Hey. Name him Dumb. Yeah, I'll name him Dumb, actually. Maybe I get Pharaoh. Maybe Sparrow is better. What am I... Who am I kidding? Are you serious? Give me it. Give me it. Give me it! Horus? What is Horus? We'll go with Dumb for now. Next Pokemon might be Horus. Is it because it's a wham? No, I'm just joking. Just joking, guys. I'm joking. We don't make woman jokes here. I'm joking, okay? Oh my god. Can you just stop dying? I don't even know if it's worth releasing Rattata because of all the time it takes. Isn't Horus a thing from something? Okay, finally. Jesus Christ. You're still level 3, you loser. You dumb loser. Why did I steal you? Ugh. Okay. Can Growlithe stop? Jesus Christ. How did I do this before? Is it because I used Rattata by accident? Are you into speed running? Oh, finally, a good Pokemon. Nah, I've never really spad run. That was a level 2 Meowth. I'm an idiot. And he uses Roar. Horse is some kind of bird god in Egypt. Ah. I've never really speed ran. Speed ran? I've never really speed ran. I might in the future though. Right now, we're purely a Pokemon Nuzlocke plus community games channel. But we've done a lot in this channel. We played Call of Duty. We played Genshin Impact. Ooh, every Saturday we watch videos with chat and we do tier lists. That's actually really... Why are you level 5? Oh my god, how did I got so lucky that I was able to run away. Jesus Christ, I wasn't paying attention. You can speedrun any Pokemon maybe? Yeah, because I just do this every 5 seconds. It's so stressful though. I like to enjoy my time here. But you know what? Maybe. Finally you leveled up. Maybe speedrunning Pokemon could be fun in the future. Might want to just try searching for Oddish. I'm trying. The problem is, almost every Pokemon I run into could kill me, and I can't run away. Finally, you're level 5. Jesus. Like, it's hard to run away because of the level difference and obviously the speed difference. Now we should be good to train. Like, much better to train. Yes! Gives so much XP, too. Let's go, baby! You know what's another strat, guys? I could literally not steal any other Pokemon and just go, like, with a level 80 Pidgey. Now you don't gotta worry about it too much at level 5. True. Oh my god, Meowth is so freaking was Meowth always this frustrating? I want to get at least Pidgeotto, okay? I'm such an idiot. We might have to release Pidgeotto. It really doesn't matter until we get access to... he has Gust, which means nothing. Zuto. I learned so many Japanese songs from karaoke with coworkers in Japan. Yes, we got a Growlithe out. He didn't use Roar. Level 10, baby. Level 18 Pidgey evolves, so that would probably be a good stat boost. Yeah. Well, we're gonna have to train him to like level 30, or her to level 30 if she survives. So there is another strategy. I could just not steal any more Pokemon. That is a strategy to not use the gambling. But I feel like we have to do the gambling. I feel like it's only fair. Because we're evil. We have to steal every Pokemon we can. You know what I mean? That's right. Get out of here. There's more experience in the cave? Really? I feel like there aren't really level 5s in the cave as much. And there are more variety of Pokemon in Celadon, like Growlithe, that might give more XP than Zubat, you know? So you're gonna level up to 50? I don't know, probably not 50, but to beat Red Nana, probably like 30 or 25, depending on who dies, you know, with the gambling. It's actually a really good spot. I think there are more experience there than in the cave. Oh, yeah, I agree with you 100%, Prince. I actually thought of that last time, but we lost Pidgey, so I thought, oh, using Fly is kind of cheating, so. It looked like it to me. Also, Caterpie might be... Caterpie? For Butterfly. Yeah, I think we're going to go for Caterpie. I mean, we're going to get Weedle with the other guy anyway, so. Okay, so this is the second Pokemon that we stole, guys. You know what that means? We might lose her. We're gonna name you Pie, because that's part of your name, and I'm original like that. Alright, let's see if we're releasing anyone. I hope we release one of these loser Pokemon. Guys, I don't actually hope that. I'm just saying that because I'm supposed to be evil. Please. Okay, it landed at 6. We don't have to release anyone, okay? That's a shame. Thank God. Oh, thank God. Thank freaking God. Jeff Bezos, I know that guy. I don't actually know him, but... Okay, so we have Pi. We don't need to train Pi right now. It's just not necessary. We could verse Lassie. Just kill. Oh, come on. Wake up, dumb. Stupid dumb. You're not dead? Wake up, you stupid dumb. Jesus Christ. I should have used Gust there for more accuracy, but... Some pokey roulette. Stun and sleep, true. Yo, I'm so quick. I'm so quick. Alright. Let's steal your Pokemon, you stupid child. So we got Kakuna and Metapod. And Paris. Yes, let's steal your Pokemon, you loser. Wait, I'm actually stupid. You know why, guys? Because we got Caterpie, but we should have got... Oh no, it doesn't matter. We'll probably just get a Kakuna here. We could get Paris too. Parasect could be useful. He could learn Polizzi too, but... Welcome back.
Hello there.
I don't think there's more XP aside from random level 9 Clefairies in cave. True. Wait, was the level 9 Clefairy in the cave? Let's just take Kakuna. Give me that Pokemon. We're gonna name you Naruto because it was suggested by chat. It's 3 Pokemon. Oh, I didn't mean to run into you. Oh God. I don't think he has any moves. Yeah. Get out of here. Quick attack. I didn't look at... Hey, nice emotes. The Clefairy just battled earlier was level 9. Oh, that was a person's Clefairy though, no? Rare candy. Was this randomized? Wasn't that a potion before, or am I dumb? Don't answer that. Oh no, that was the potion. Well, let's verse this last. Come on. I want to verse the child. Long to be where... Oh, come on. You poisoned me, you fascist. Ah. Do we still... PP, the Naruto X Fortnite starts tomorrow? Oh, nice. I don't know if I'll play it. You can ask Diego to make me play it. You for God Monkey. Do my love. Let's just go Zubat. We're gonna name you Bat. 4 Pokemon. You know what that means, guys? It's time for Russian frickin' roulette, baby. Sing so loud, I'll be where I'm... Zubat for confusion. Effect, yes. Zubat for confusion, exactly. And for annoying moves. And Golbat is really good. Golbat will take a while, though. Okay. The moment of truth. Wait, should I do... This could actually break or make this run. This could change up everything. I meant to put intense music, but this will do. What will happen? What will happen? There we go. Let's put it straight in the center. Time to spin. 4th. We must release Bat. Why couldn't we just release no one, man? Why does this game do this? 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. Suffer. Batman? Oh, I should have named them. They're all women. I'll name her Batman next time. 8, 7, 6. Oh yeah, Halo Infinite just came out recently, right? What do you guys think of that? With you, my love. When did it come out? December 8th. Oh, it came out like a week ago. I think they just did multiplayer, though. Batgirl? Oh, yeah, because it's not Batman. Yeah, we'll go with Batgirl. I mean, what are you talking about, guys? This is our last run. Thank God Dumb didn't die, though, to be honest. Oh, I forgot to steal from the old guy. Alright, you know what to do, Growlithe. God damn it. You know what to do, Growlithe. Die. 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 Yes. Die. Yes. She's dead. Oh, I forgot to turn that off. Hey, what's up?
Hello there.
Nissan. No, they didn't. I don't know. I asked Jake to ask them, and Jake doesn't know how to haggle, so they don't have new game yet. But I'm playing this game, and you get to play as Team Rocket, which is pretty cool. It's pretty hard though. That's what she said. Get out of here, Bat. You were useless, and you deserve death. Anyway, Bat's dead. It is cool, right? I am playing Nuzlocke, yep. I just looked it up. Yeah, I saw that you went on Halo Infinite, actually. That's why I just looked it up. It said it came out December 8th, though. Did multiplayer just come out or something? Can try 1 to 2 maps before playing? Nice. Yeah, I gotta stick to my rules. I gotta do it. For anyone wondering, these campaign December 8th. Ah. Thank you. Thank you, Prince. These are the Nuzlocke rules. Multiplayer. Oh, it's free? Oh, I didn't know multiplayer is free. Are you serious? Came out today earlier than expected. Oh. I didn't realize that. I might play it over the weekend, though. Then. Maybe not, actually. But you need Xbox, right? My computer can't handle it, so it doesn't really matter for me. I'm not going to buy an Xbox for that. Yeah, but my PC can't handle it. Ugh, I forgot I have you, Pi. Alright. Hey there, young man. Want to play a game? I want to kill you. There we go. Get out of here. Poliwag or Bellsprout? There goes your boy Prince. Yeah, let's go back with Poliwag. What GPU you got? My CPU, my computer stuff is on Twitch. I don't remember. I put it in the information place. Yeah, Bellsprout might be better. That's what I'm thinking. Cause I don't know how long it'll take to get. We don't get a Waterstone, actually. I just realized we don't get a Waterstone or a King's Rock, or a Leaf Stone, actually. So the question is Weeping Bell better than Poliwhirl at high levels? I'll use the website you mentioned earlier. Poliwhirl, Weeping Bell. I think that's how you spell it. It's not. There we go. Oh Jesus. Yeah, Weeping Bell is better. I think for that attack and that special attack, Jesus Christ. Yeah, we're gonna have to be probably forced to go with Weeping Bell. Which would be a good counter to Red's Pikachu also. Or like, you know, the best counter we could have. So we'll go with Bell Sprout. Thanks for the hydrate. Yo, what's up? Welcome back,
Hello
Chris.
there.
Sorry. He can play well on even low-end GPUs. Yeah, but while I'm streaming too. I'll check it out. Poliwag won't be good because we won't be able to evolve him before versing. It won't be good before we verse Red, so we're gonna go with Bellsprout. You verse Red in this game, and he has freaking level 25 Pokemon. I'm gonna need a counter for Charmeleon right off the start. Use Vikun? What's Vikun? What is? Oh yeah, I just used Vikun. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm catching up. For sleep or Poliwag for confusion. Yeah. Need to know the gen though. That's fine. I think you can play low to medium settings, 60 FPS and 1080p. Really? That's pretty good. While streaming, not sure. Yeah, that's a problem. I found something out. What'd you find out? Alright, we're gonna name you. I don't know. What do you got? Supez? We'll name you Supez. Supez. You're gonna Bellsprout will be Supez right here. Harita. I like naming it after you guys. I love this song. It's not the best version of the song, but it is what it is. Okay, so we have stolen 5 Pokemon and we've lost 1. I think we have access to stealing 1 more Pokemon. So we're gonna go do that. Time to protect Supez at all costs. Yeah, except the Russian roulette. We have nothing we could do against that. We're just gonna use Dumb right now. Hopefully, if Dumb is out, it's over. Alright. Let's get the Moonstone. Okay, they're gonna blah blah blah. And let's go steal some Pokemon. I don't want to verse that trainer yet. I want to steal Pokemon. I'm gonna steal your Pokemon, Whammon. Let's fly. Yo, level 15. Jesus Christ. What did we decide on getting last time? Clefairy, right? We want Clefairy. We're gonna name you Fairy as always. Just a non-negotiable name right here. Makes things easier for me. Jesus, I got a pee-pee. You know what that means, guys? Russian roulette time. Russian frickin' roulette. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Gotta go all full anime right here. Will we lose one of the 5 Pokemon we have? Wait, do we have 5 now or do we have 4? Or will they all survive this crucial frickin' moment? Oh, we should have bets in chat for this actually. That'd be a good idea. Step right up, come test your luck. Exactly. I'm half Mexican, half Brazilian. Apparently my dad was not Mexican, but Brazilian. Oh, that's cool. So you're not Mexican. Oh wait, you're half Mexican, never mind.
Bruh.
I can't take this anymore. We were fighting. But then we got demolished. And now I just can't take it anymore. I have too many buttons. I don't know how to stop the music. Okay, there we go. Jesus Christ, we keep losing Pokemon. Hey, what's up, Emily? I'm half you numb. Yeah, I'm dumb. I know, Pidgeot keeps getting released. Well, he is dumb. Yeah, bye-bye dumb, exactly. Então você fala Portuguese. Hey, Portuguese. I don't want to help you with homework. God damn, you stupid girl! I don't want to talk to you either. I mean, no, I'm happy my Pokemon died. He had Fly too. We can't make him die at level 15. Guys, do you think it's fair to just have a reset? Do you think we should just... Oh, did I not... I'm honestly thinking we should just reset here. I don't think it's worth continuing without Pidgey. It's some question. I sent you a picture. Do you think we could do it with Bellsprout? It's just we don't have Fly anymore. 3 levels away. No. Ugh, Emily. I'm streaming. Fine, I'll read your stupid question out. Consider the following question describing the demand curve facing a monopolist. The marginal cost curve slows upward. Marginal costs are less than blank, then the fourth unit of the good will be produced and sold by the monopolist. Answer can be determined for that. Answer 0. Then the fourth unit of the good will be produced and sold by the... I don't want to think about this right now. I know I can't fly. Ugh. Emily, I'm streaming. What you said, Yiyo? If you talk Portuguese. I guess not then. I mean, I could reset until we get Pidgey, right? The demand curve. If the answer can be enter 0, I guess enter 0. I don't know. Well, marginal cost and marginal... marginal cost... and marginal costs are less than the fourth unit. Emily, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I'm sorry. So if you can get Bellsprout to learn Sleep Powder, that could help. I can make homework for money. That's what I do for a living. Oh yeah, help my sister out. Do you guys know economics? Send the picture on the Discord, Emily. If anyone wants to help her out. I honestly don't know, Emily. I don't know. I would have to give it way too much thought. You know what? We're not gonna start over. Get out of here, dumb. We don't need you. Bye, everyone except Pipi. Pero puedo hablar español. I do suck. Epico mi pana. I don't know what that means. Jesus, do we have anyone that could do it? Oh, Vine Whip. Na 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 na. All right, let's get the team on the thing. The good news is, all right, this is the good news. We already pretty much know what our team is. That's the good news. We're always gonna have Naruto. Oh yeah, we have Bellsprout now instead. Let's go with Bellsprout. We have Metapod. Actually, Caterpie right now, but it'll turn into Metapod. We'll just go put Caterpie. We have Fairy. Oh, we could get Clefable, so that's good. Na, 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 na. Let's teach Bullet Seed to Supaz because we have nothing. Thief does 60 damage? Jesus. Supaz, you're gonna come in clutch, possibly. I shouldn't have just taught Supaz all the moves like that, but we don't get any more Pokemon until versing. Alright, we need Supaz to level up for sure. Oh, yo. What a corduroy. What? Guys, I really have to pee. Should I go pee? Thief did a lot. Hey, Supaz is gonna be awesome. Go pee. Oh, fine. You see it? Oh, I'll go pee. Ooh, I have a new pee screen. I have to improve it, but look. Do you guys like it? All right, let me go pee. Oh wait. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. Okay, now you hear the music. Oh, I'll be right back. Yo. Guys, the amount of pee I had was crazy. Oh my god, so much pee. Anyway, I have returned. You hate this class? Come on, economics is cool. Oh, that was some good pee though. I actually feel so much better to take on this whole entire game and to be a... I forgot I could just... Guys, am I an idiot? Don't answer that. I'm an idiot. Look, I could just speed up to verse guys. Or maybe I have been doing that. I don't know. Ooh, we're level 7. Yes! You gain XP so fast! I love you, Supaz. Thief can almost one-shot the level 3s. We have a long way, but... Imagine me, a grunt, just demolishing. You know what I kind of want to know, actually, which doesn't make sense? How did Red pass this guy, and they didn't fight each other? I guess they just ignored each other? Oh, no, we got it. I was about to say I forgot to verse the old man, but we did verse him. Economics is cool, okay? Then why couldn't you solve it? I told you I could. It would just take too much time, and I'm... Oh, fine. I'll look at it one more time, okay? One more time, because I'm an amazing person. Demand curve facing a monopolist. I would draw it out, okay? I would draw it out first. I would put the curve of demand. Yeah, I don't know. This is a lot of work. I'm sorry. But I would draw it out. Maybe that's a hint. Go with 0. I don't know. Do you know anyone in the class? You should get to know people in the class and be like, yo.
Did not mean to eat. Oh my god. Oh, I'm such a sad monkey. I've been playing this game for so long. That was actually very smart. We're not doing too well.
That was actually... that was great. I don't know why I'm such a weirdo when I put rewards like that. Why am I a weirdo? Oh, yes! The song's so good. I know people in the class and there's a group chat, but no one wants to share their answers because they don't want to get in trouble. Well, you don't need to share answers. You could be like, guys, I don't really get this problem. I tried to do it this way, but it doesn't really make sense. Is this the right way to... does this make sense, guys? You know, say something like that. That's what I would do. You like the monkey? Yeah, we have some new rewards here. You're not like the other girls. What does it mean, Mason? Cock and bull torture. I don't know why you're so obsessed with that, bro. Command. Oh my god, if you hit yourself again, bro. Okay. Wish is my command. How does Bellsprout evolve? Na, 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 na. Looks like a leaf stone at... we're not gonna get access to a leaf stone. Wait, can we get access to coin case? No, because we need to go down? You want to learn rap? Huh, what if I set up a growth? I could set up a growth. Wait, guys, I just realized something crazy. Vine Whip is always worse than Bullet Seed, because Bullet Seed hits at least twice, which does more damage than Vine Whip. So I could take out Vine Whip. Oh, I'm genius sometimes. I did all career by myself. I don't know what it is to have classmates. Aww. Yeah, I know about the new things. Lols, I like the monkey. Oh yeah, you know about the monkey. What am I saying? You literally thought it was my voice. Now I'm suffering and I have a group chat for all my classes. Closer and closer to Sleep Powder. I don't know if Sleep Powder is going to be the most useful move. I can't believe Thief is actually useful in this game. Thief never was a 60 damage move, was it? Or am I just stupid? Don't answer that. I did not mean to use rap. Baby, your wish is my command. I think we still haven't versed. Did not mean to run away. This trainer. So might as well kill you. And kill you? Oh wait, you're a normal type or something, right? Oh, ground or something. I'm not scared of no Machop. I'm not a scaredy cat. I don't think there's anyone to verse. Wish is my command. Do you understand? Are those you got a gift sub to a new person? Ooh, Sleep Powder, let's go. I think it's safe to say that rap is probably our worst move. So we could go Sleep Powder into Growth and then start sweeping, attempt to sweep Red's Pokemon. Red does have a Charmander, a Charmeleon. So I think we're gonna have to train... Who could counter Charmeleon here, actually? Hopefully Fairy learns something. Actually, Charmeleon is the scariest Pokemon we have to go up against. 22 Bellsprout evolves? Oh. Probably only Clefairy. No one. Right? Like, I'm kind of not feeling too hot about that. Jesus. 75% accuracy is so risky, though. We do have Fairy with Sing, and hopefully she learns something useful. Otherwise, it's scary. If Charmeleon knows Metal Claw... Oh, it does know Metal Claw, actually. It does. The last move it used was Metal Claw. Damn it. Steel beats Fairy. But, oh, and it's Fairy type in this game. Oh, wait, our whole team dies to it. Our whole team literally dies to Charmeleon. What the hell? What? What? What do we do? Alright, good night, Emily. Sorry. I'll try to help you tomorrow, unless it's due tomorrow. If you can wake me up and I'll try to help you with the problem, Emily. Alright, we're gonna have to do some digging here. First of all, since it uses Leaf Green ROM, I'm just gonna assume it uses Leaf Green moves. Clefable learns nothing. That's great. Clefairy, on the other hand... Oh, Clefairy learns stuff. So Clefairy learns after you. It learns Minimize. Life Dew. Metronome. Metronome could be useful. I mean, what do I do? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what to do. We're just gonna have to level dump like crazy. It'll help even if you're only checking Pokemon. Oh, you already handed it in? Good luck, Emily. And pray to... So you're gonna level up until something happens and pray to win? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, Vikan looks less simple to me, but... Alright, let's use Clefable. I guess Clefairy. Clefairy has base happiness. Level up moves. Yeah, but I don't know if this is for Leaf Green, because it depends on the game, no? Oh, I could compare with other ones, right? I don't know what game this is. Oh, I could choose what game. Oh, never mind. This is good. You're right. What is this? Fire Red, Leaf Green, yeah. Okay. Let's look at items. Raises speed in Sunshine. Prevents added effects. Heals body by shedding. Only damaged by attacks. I don't know what to do. At the top, choose Leaf Green. Yeah, we got it. Guys, am I literally going to spend like 10 hours right now just training them to like level 40? I don't like what can one hit Charmeleon? Let's see. Charmeleon. The problem is I don't know what levels. Can you compare levels to? Like Charmeleon here. Charmeleon's special defense. Charmeleon's defense is slightly lower, so we want to go for a physical move, I guess. Clefairy's attack sucks, so Clefairy's not going to be able to do much. We might as well put everyone here. Butterfree. Is it Butterfree like that? We got Beedrill. And... Well, I guess to be fair, it's gonna be, what's his name? Weeping Bell? Or is yeah, well, not even Weeping Bell. Oh yeah, we're gonna be forced to use Weeping Bell. So out of these guys, highest attack, Beedrill. Oh, Beedrill, fire kills bug. Wait, does fire kill bug? I'm so dumb sometimes. It doesn't show what kills it. For idiots like me. No, this website isn't as good as... unless I'm missing it. I don't like this website that much. I like this one. We could use both. Yeah, Beedrill is super... and his defense sucks. Special defense is okay. Polybag. You have to outspeed him too. Oh, that's true. Do we reset and go for Polybug? Poliwhirl? I think at this point that's the best choice we have. I think we need Poliwhirl. Poliwhirl's stats kind of suck, but at least he'll have Bubble. The team that we saw was Charmeleon. We saw Pikachu. We saw some Suck. So I'm assuming Red has his original team. Which means he'll have one of each. It's kind of scary. So I have Pikachu. I doubt he'll have Snorlax though, right? Okay, we're gonna cheat a little here, okay? Don't tell anyone. This is not really cheating. But Pokemon Team Rocket version red. Oh, there's a website for the... Oh no, that's just a hack. This doesn't count as cheating, right, guys?
Hey, what is up, Phil?
What is up, guys? It's Ping Pong Moosters bringing you some Call of Duty Black Ops. Okay. Wrong game.
Never. Which D so, you know.
Okay, so he has a Charmeleon.
Get destroyed. You know, we can still. Man, like really, D so.
He has a Charmeleon. He has a Nidorino. He has a Mankey. So Nidorino we could probably also take down easily. Mankey also shouldn't be a problem. Pikachu might be a problem. Pikachu. What do we do against Pikachu? Clefairy could handle Pikachu, I guess. And he has a Butterfree and a Pidgeotto. Jesus Christ. It's actually a decent team. I honestly don't know what to do against that. Fire kills bug, yes, yeah. Reset and pray not to kill him with the Russian roulette. It's gonna be so hard to beat him. Hey, crossing field, nice. Yes, I think that's the only chance we have here. Let's put that at 0. Let's open the ROM. Pidgeotto could handle Butterfree. If Pidgeotto survives. That is true, actually. I wish I had one button that just does all the buttons for me. When I become a smarter streamer, I will. Alright guys, it's the next run. Do you guys believe in this run? Can I get a whoop whoop in the chat? If Russian roulette kills no one, we have a chance. We could also avoid getting Clefairy. We could actually... You don't believe in this one? Oh, okay. Whoop whoop, yeah, let's go. We could avoid getting Clefairy. Next one, it's the good one. So not this one, yeah? But I think... I think we have to get Clefairy. We have to. We just have to. Because we're bad guys. We have to do it. It's in our character. This is gonna be a harder. This is a much harder Nuzlocke than I expected it to be. I'm not gonna lie. But you know what? The last Nuzlocke was pretty chill. So, I don't mind. If you guys don't mind. Name all your Pokemon villains. Like what? Villain 1, Villain 2, or actual villain names? Give me your stupid Pidgey. Villains. I mean, it's pretty fun if it's hard. Oh no, I agree. I just hope it's fun for you guys to watch. That's all. We'll name you Orochimaru. No, that's way too long. I don't know villains. Where's it is? Oh, okay. Then I'm happy. It makes me happy if you guys are having fun, or at least you know are pretty chill. I'm naming you Snake. Just like the snake. You know the snake guy? From like Snake? Like that. What is that game called? Oh, you know what I just realized? I have to take out the Pokemon every time. That is frustrating. What isn't frustrating? You know what though? I'm gonna keep the same Pokemon. I'm gonna keep the same Pokemon in their placement. So we have a Pidgey now, so we'll just keep that. Sayonara. Oh, I love this song. Na na na. You're pretty good at entertaining. Aw, thank you. Name one Koro Sensei and have that one start the battle with red. Who's Koro Sensei? True? Aw, you guys are so sweet. But yeah, I know I'm pretty entertaining. Oh, I forgot to teach you fly. Oh my god. Because it's so weird for you to get fly in this first second in a Pokemon game. Jesus. You get it entertaining? I appreciate it, guys. I appreciate it. My mom taught me to be the best entertainer I can. She said, you're gonna be a streamer one day, and you know what? You're gonna have to entertain thousands. Oh my god, my face. I forgot my face. Thousands, if not millions of people. And I was like, you know what, Mom? It's pretty... How'd you miss fly... Oh, thank God. Jesus Christ. I was like, you know what, Mom? You're kind of weird. And she's like, yeah, I know. Oh, Assassination Classroom. I've heard so much about it. Still never watched it, though. Finally, level 4. The streamer who forgot his face. Reminds me of Avatar The Last Airbender. And Ko, the face stealer. Na 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 na. Hey, you're a little more useful. You got sound attack. I just hope, again with fly. I know I'm stupid. I just hope he survives. Remind me of Corey Kenshin when his camera goes off at random. Who's Corey Kenshin? Damn, I don't know much in life. Corey Kenshin. Oh, I know this guy. Da 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 da. I don't know him personally, but doesn't he do like a bunch of stuff? AFK Arena. He looks cool. He looks like a cool guy to hang out with. I wish I had that. It's called a friend. I'll have to fix the stupid Streamlabs thing. Fix Streamlabs. Message. Stop growling at me. It's rude. I want. Oh my god! I forgot to go back and heal. Why am I such an idiot? Did I press the reset button? I don't even remember at this point, guys. How many times have we reset? Oh my god. Excuse me. But my dream is to stream with a bunch of streamers. You may be. You love this opening? Told you this one was bad. You were right. I love this opening too. I gotta do it. Oh, I can't. Never mind. This sad monkey. It's probably on cooldown. Yeah. Wait, is this Is this? What did I want to say? Is this the 7th reset or say? I think we're good. I think this is 7. Wait, do we have to take it? Do we have to take it? Can we just leave without taking red? Oh. Oh, I don't want the stupid Pokemon. Da 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 da. Wait, what? Wait, let me leave. I'm so. Oh my god, I'm so stupid sometimes. Give me HM. I forgot how a normal Pokemon game feels. It's been so long. Hey, was I ready for that? Forgot to heal. Yeah, that should have been a sad picture. I don't know why I was happy. Next city boy. Did one of you guys actually put this song? I know this song. This is from Fairy Tail? Yo, I just got chills looking at the video. Because I could see the video when you guys request songs. Guys, I watched Fairy Tail and I was getting so into it. Until, you want to know when? Until this one moment, okay? Spoiler alert, just go la 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 if you're watching Fairy Tail. There was one moment where Natsu just got dragon powers out of nowhere, and it pissed me off so much because it was so anime BS that I just stopped watching the show. But I freaking really liked that show, actually. You love this one? Yeah, I like this one too. Forgot to... I already watched it all? Oh, okay. So don't spoil it for me. Maybe I'll go back to it eventually. I wish I could watch anime with you guys. That'd be so cool. And like react. I feel like I have pretty good reactions. I have a reaction channel, but we've only reacted to Attack on Titan, but it's a bit annoying to put YouTube videos up. Because you can't show the whole episode. Yo, your name is gonna be freaking... Yo. I don't know. I can't get creative all the time. Oh wait, Yo is here too, so... Fled using runaway. What the hell does that even mean? Jesus, and of course it was an oddish. Oh, I forgot. Wait. Wait, guys, wait. Wait. Okay, there we go. Please frame. There we go. We're gonna make one day of the month to watch anime on stream. It's illegal. It's illegal. What we can... Oh my god. It's a level 5, and it almost two-shot me. Jesus Christ. Maybe I should concentrate until it's like level 7 or something. Yes! Yes, Oddish. I love you, Yes! Yes! Nope. Jesus Christ. Too scary. Oh, on Discord? Yeah, that could work, actually. Oh! What in my brain said, let me keep attacking this Meowth instead of running away? What was it in my small, feeble brain that said to do that? But you know what? More deaths the better, because we're evil here. I'm such an idiot. I actually want to cry. Da 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 da. I did not mean to drag that out. See, I'm a noob. You have to have a lot of patience to watch me. I feel so bad. Ping Pong lives in Spain, but with... Yes. I was about to say, actually, I live in New York and... But yeah, in Spain without the P. That's an awe right there. Machigai no ni. This song is beautiful. Okay, guys? I don't care about you, you stupid hoe! Look, I'm a speedrunner. Look, I'm a speedrunner. I'm a speedrunner. I'm a speedrunner. Oh. I'm a speedrunner. Just spammy! Spammy! Oh. Okay. What should we name you? What's the image of my hometown on Discord to get motivation? It is a very nice image. Actually, what do I know? What do I know what Argentina looks like? But I just already know it's gonna be a nice image. Guys, I got to know. Hey, welcome. I'm guessing you're Mikey, yeah? Aww. Wait, oh. You're Mikey from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I thought you're Mikey from Tokyo Revengers. God damn, that show's so sexy. Ooh. That looks sick. Master put some stuff up. Carmen de Patagones. Yo, that looks beautiful, I'm not gonna lie. That looks beautiful. That looks sexy. Nope, I'm Mikey. Yeah, I'm saying you're Mikey. But I thought you were Mikey from Tokyo Revengers for a second. We're gonna name you Pi. Because it's infinite. And you're gonna be infinite, because you're never gonna die. Does that make sense? I'm not even releasing the stupid Rattata yet. Survive, Pi. Just survive. Alright. Alright. I remembered Fly. Oh. Is there nowhere else to train? Guys, you want to hear how retarded I am? I could literally just train in the cave. Oh my god. I'm such an idiot. There are lower level Pokemon here. I'm sexy. No, I said you're Jesus. You're not Jesus. Your hometown is sex. Bandito on Reddit, Monkey on Discord, Prince of Games on YouTube, Twitch. Do you make a lot of YouTube videos? Yes, level up here. Yes! Yes, I'm a genius, Pi. It only took me 7 resets. We're gonna run. No, we're gonna run away from that. Can you stop leech lifing me? Thanks. Yes, I'm a genius. Oh, no. I'm a genius. I'm sexy too. Well, I don't know how you look, so... Oh, I do know how you look, actually. Yeah. Yeah, you're pretty... You're a good-looking guy. I think I know how you look. I like Mikey a lot. Bandito. All those names are actually good. Which is pretty cool, actually, that all the names you happen to choose are good names. IMO. Even my mom calls me Yo. I thought you were about to say, even my mom calls me sexy, and I was gonna be like, okay. Good to know. I used to make a lot, but now not so much since the phone I have is good for mic, but I can't record sound. Yeah. It is a lot to do for sures. I bet you were like a big time YouTuber, right? Prince of Games. You know what? I'm gonna look you up, even if you don't want me to. Sorry if you don't want me to. I won't show it on stream if you don't want me to, though. I look up Prince of Games. I see Prince of Persia. I guess it would be hard to find Prince. I looked up Princes of Games. I'm so stupid sometimes. Channel? Unless you put it on private. Prince of Games, I found you. I like your thing. It's a controller. Apex Legends with brain dead randoms. You're a big Apex Legends guy? Or gal? Call of Duty 360 no scope. Wait, I don't even know if this is you. This better be amazing.
I was almost gonna teabag. This
better be amazing. This better be... Jesus. Where was it? That was nice. Wait, did you get it and I missed it because I'm stupid? Well, I don't see the 360. I don't see the 360. Alright, you know what? I'm looking at this way too long. It's very nice anyway. Oh, you killed them all though. I don't even know if that's you. Oh, that's not you? Okay. I can say on Reddit. Oh no, I don't mind. Okay, yeah. I'm still at like 440 subs. Oh. You passed 420 though, it's a great number. I think we're around 420 followers right now. Still have the videos, they're all just private. Gotcha. I love how I was watching that for like a full 5 minutes. I heard like a child's voice, and I was like, oh, okay. And like, because he seemed mature to not be a child, and then you're like, wait, that's not me, and I'm like, oh, okay. I can't see chat when I look at browser. I need a third monitor for chat. Third monitor for chat third monitor for chat for Black Friday. Oh my god, yes. I'm literally hoping Black Friday makes everything like $5, because I'm gonna spend some money to make stream better, for me at least. I don't know if you guys will see it being better, but it'll be streamlined. It'll be better like that. You want to send it on Reddit or here? Either way, here is easier for me, but if you don't want to send it here, then Reddit is fine as well. I'm 17. Oh, okay. That's cool. I'm not gonna lie. Younger viewers, it's a bit you know? Because, like, I mean, like, you always want people, like, close to age to you, right? Yeah. So, 17 is cool. Also, I feel weird making dirty jokes with anyone under 18. Here, fine then. This is in front of thousands of people. I can't believe you're allowing us to do this. Gaming is not a crime. Debatable. Important profile update. 3 days I'll be making all my current... Why do people like that? Tend to binge watch all the vids. I missed out. Geometry Dash. I used to love that game. Wait, did you say Pokemon content? Oh, so you did Pokemon content as well. Cool. Oh, because of the it's literally what you said. This is also Fairy Tail, right? It's like the first opening. I actually love this opening. I'm doing this more of a reminder. My friend helped me figure out a way to fix make. If you need help with the streaming stuff, let me know. It's referred to slide in. The video's name will be changed. Today's your birthday. Hey, happy birthday. Oh, your birthday's September 23rd. Look, all that's left is your social security card, bro. 24 gang for the win. Let's go. No clue. I can send them unlisted on Reddit if you're actually interested. I feel like I was pretty weird, though. Watch out. If you're fine, I mean, I don't mind watching, like, one video, sure. They're probably bad videos, but I can't speak to my videos being good, so... I feel like my videos are decent, but... You have more subs than me, so more people liked your videos. So that means you're the better YouTuber, so I don't mind watching any of your content. Nah, I'll check out at least one video if you don't mind. Zubat is a bloodsucker. True. Zubat is annoying. Level 9, baby. You know what that means? I think we're high enough level to train. Okay, guys? Problem is, if we lose Pidgey, then this was literally all for nothing. Okay, guys? And I'm gonna slap myself in the face. I did not mean to verse you. Oh my... Oh. Okay, we have to steal Poliwag. Alright? We need Poliwag and Pidgey to survive. You make great videos. Aw, thank you. My videos are alright. I panicked at the pigeon concert too when I got hit. We got the better equipment. You want to see my... If this makes you feel any better. Well, look at this. This was my original channel, okay? If you want to see cringe, okay? By the way, I had more videos back in the day. I could have become a YouTuber. I could have become famous. But my dad was like, yo, stop putting your face on the internet. So I deleted all my videos. I was actually getting good views on them back then. The ones I deleted, at least. The ones I had my face in. But it's also my fault. I shouldn't have listened to my dad. I should have privated them. But yeah, this was my original channel back in the day. You want to see something cringe? Look at this. I was always a Pokemon streamer 10 years ago. 10 years ago.
To the wrong place.
I'm a 14-year-old.
Hey guys, this is my first.
Hey guys!
White. And
Oh, it's so cringe.
yeah, you won't have to worry about going to the wrong place because I've played
Yeah.
this game before.
I played this game before. You don't need to worry about going to the... And that's bullshit because I think I lose my way half this video. Jesus. Anyway. This is gold. Yeah, that was the best videos I ever made. Alright. The best. I freaking love it. I'm gonna go watch these when I got the time. Nah, it's okay. I think I have some of those privated too. I might as well unprivate them, but I had some weird videos. Your name is gonna be freaking Beast. Hey, my dog's here. You know what that means, guys. It's time for dog cam. Dog cam time. Oh, what's your name? What should we name him? It's hard to see him, but what should we name? Hey, name my dog Caspian. We call him Caspi though. He's so freaking cute. You can't see much of him now. Oh my god. He's so cute. Yeah, he doesn't really care. He's just chilling. He's not a good entertainer. I tell him all the time, I'm like, bro, entertain chat? He doesn't do anything. Yes! Finally, every time I say Caspian, people are like, you mean Casper? Well, when I say it. I guess when I write it down, it's different, but... No, it's not Casper. It's Caspian. Like the Narnia guy, but it's really because, my parent... That's part of the reason, and I thought it sounded so cool, and Prince Caspian... But wait, I don't know if I should go on Google Maps actually. Because you know it's kind of. I need to use a browser. I need to browse in private. I don't know how to do that. I know how to do it on my phone all the time, if you know what I mean. But
Wow.
wow, indeed. Whatever. My parents are from Azerbaijan. That's the reason. And there's a Caspian Sea. It's the name of like an ocean there, or it's not even a sea. It's a lake, the biggest lake in the world or something. So that's why it's Caspian also. Caspian Sea. Yes, Caspian Sea. Wow, indeed. I guess it's on cooldown. So here's the next best thing. Yeah. I put stuff on cooldown so people can't spam it. I know it? Oh, that's awesome. Yes. I forget people who aren't American. Not that all Americans don't know geography, but people who aren't American actually know geography. I forgot about that. Alright, let's name you Wag, because you're going to wag your stupid tail. Alright, guys. Are we going to lose Wag or are we not? The moment of truth. It was a 2 out of 6 chance for that to happen. I'm actually triggered. He's actually moving around a lot. He usually doesn't do that, so he wanted to entertain you guys. Okay, you know what? You know what, guys? I have a plan. That does hurt. You lose it. Yeah. Well, I didn't lose it. I lost Pidgey. Water gun Pokemon? That would be too long. Alright, this is... I finally have a plan in my head. Okay, guys? This is the plan. We only catch Pidgey and Poliwhirl. We train them up like hell. We sweep Red. And then we verse the other trainers and steal their Pokemon. Therefore, we have a possibility of losing Pidgey and Poliwhirl, but at least we defeat Red. Sometimes I'm a genius. Sometimes I'm actually a genius. The problem is, the sad thing is if we actually lose Pidgey or Poliwhirl after having 4 Pokemon or whatever. And training them up like crazy. Oh, but you know, that's what it's gonna be sometimes. Finally, I didn't nickname it. Oh, I need more water. I'll be right back. No, it's not food. I'm just saying hi. Oh yeah, fly. I actually did forget fly. I'm not gonna lie. Always gotta hydrate. Always gotta hydrate. What did I want to say? I think this is the last run, guys, so tell me if we get lucky with RNG. With the wheel, really. Come here, Whammon. I will steal your Pokemon! I kind of wish we could keep Raticate. Alright, what do we name him? Oh, it's a boy now. We're gonna name you...
Devil.
Because you're the devil. Any ideas for Pidgeotto? I mean, wait, no, we just named it... Oh, yeah. I remember this time, guys. I'm a genius. Alright. Now I know exactly how to run this. What I gotta do is I gotta go to... The first thing I gotta do is fly to Mount Moon. Train against Zubat and stuff. Get to about level 10. Go for our second Pokemon. And then we'll be Gucci. And hopefully not lose either of them. And then we could go for our third Pokemon. Oh, we could choose what our third Pokemon is too, which is actually kind of cool. No! That was an accident! Oh, this is why I don't friggin' I swear to God, I'm actually an idiot. This is why I don't rush through everything. You know that's happened to me on Nuzlocke before? It's happened so much so that I've literally changed the way I do Nuzlocke. Like, I'll save like every 5 minutes because of that sometimes. Jesus. Okay, this is the last run. All right. 9 resets, maybe 10. 10 seems like a good reset number. Kitten videos before sleep. What? Just play in your cave entrance and just go back and forth. Yeah. I think that's the best idea. Maybe I speedrun this game in the future. This is such a cool game. I just wish I could get past Team okay, the objective for today is to beat Red. Objective for tomorrow, I have no idea. Come here, girl. Da, da, da. I don't know why I'm using quick attack. Tackle is better. And steal your last freaking Pokemon, baby. What time is it for me? I think we have the same time, because on Reddit you told me, oh, 9:30. And that's the same time for me. Hold your hand. Just wanna hold your hand. Hey, thanks. I missed a message. Let's see. Yeah, but I streamed. It's 9:30 p.m. Name him God. I was gonna name him God before. But then I thought, like, it's supposed to be bad guys, so evil. It has to be like evil, you know. It's like 1 a.m. in 2 minutes. Here's 3 a.m. almost. Jesus. Yeah. So we're same time zone, Prince. And you guys are 2 hours ahead in Argentina. Voldemort. Ooh. Let's call you Voldy. Even though you don't really look like him. You're Voldy. I like that. Yeah, so I'm assuming you're East Coast. Oh, which means I'm getting closer to where you live. You must live in Canada. I'm just joking. I have no idea. All right. Okay. I mean, not be dumb here. Don't be dumb, Ping Pong. Teach him fly. I have to, like, think about it. Fly here. Oh my god. Yes. Listen to the stupid purple head, purple beard, sexy man. Yo! And get rid of Ratatata. Well, we've done everything right so far. Too far north. Also remember fly again. That's 2 for 2. I know, right? I even got the berry. This is a good one. Oh, so you're in Rhode Island. Imagine there's like no one in Rhode Island. Not many people live in Rhode Island. We just go back and forth. Can I take down a level 3 Zubat? I think so. Let's go. Hey, let's go perfect. I'm going up and down. I'm not even touching my left and right controls. I'm not screwing up again. I love how every game, every ROM hack is just like, bro, yes, you should be able to run because this is freaking Pokemon. I really appreciate that. Come on. A level 5. Nope. Let me run away. Oh, I could have taken out a level 5. I'm an idiot. But then if he confuses me, then it gets a bit tricky. Oh! Oh my god! Why am I such an idiot? And it just so happened to... Oh my god, bro. Oh... Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna save here. So the smarter thing was to pick Caterpie for Butterfree, right? We're gonna call you B. I don't know why. I'm sorry, I scared myself. I think I'm gonna lose. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Okay, we're good. Alright, let's see if one of them is dying. This might be smarter, though, to get quicker access so we could... Ooh, so we have a less chance of getting rid of Poliworth. Like, I'd rather lose Caterpie than Poliwag. This is actually smart. Okay. Sorry for scaring you. Alright, let's see. I just tweeted that I was live. I forgot to do that. Okay. The moment of truth. Beedrill. Oh, what Nuzlocke are you doing? Not of this game, are you? Because you said you stopped this game. Hey, 5! We don't get to release anyone? I'm sad. Oh no, because I'm evil. More Pokemon dead equals happiness for me. We might actually have a chance here, guys. Caterpie. Here we go. I remember my face. Jesus, Caterpie is way too big, bro. Chill. Gotta be a little smaller here. Not that small. Oh my god, chill. He only wants to go to once. He's actually annoying. Oh. I kind of hope he dies now. There we go. Jesus, so much work. Okay. I remembered my face again. Somehow we got a Pokemon that's level 6. That's pretty good. First ever. Heart Gold. Hey, nice. Heart Gold is quite a... That's actually pretty crazy. 2 regens? That's quite a challenge. How do you keep missing fly? That's quite a challenge, bro. Good luck. How many runs have you been doing? But I'm happy to hear you're like a noob to Nuzlocke. It makes me feel better. Because I feel like a noob in everything I do in life. Okay, the really good news here, guys, is that I think that this is the run. And I'll explain why. We can get our 3rd Pokemon without gambling anyone. So, I think with Voldy, Bee, and Poliwag, we'll have water to counter fire. Wait, what are we gonna What are we gonna do against Pikachu, actually? Wait, what are we gonna do against Pikachu? Pikachu could sweep our team. This might be harder than I thought. You started 1-2? So far I'm still on my first run with no deaths. Nice! You started 1 on Emerald. Nice! It's hard. Yeah. You told me? When did you tell me that? Did you actually tell me that? When did you tell me that? I feel so bad for forgetting now. Oh, you did tell me. I'm sorry. Wait, did you tell me? Did you tell me anything about the run? Yo? Not the Nuzlocke? Oh, okay, okay. Jesus, I was like... Yo, I'm going in my head like, wait, what? He did tell me? What? I told you it was gonna be hard. Oh, yeah, yeah. Jesus, I felt like such an asshole. I'm like, did I really forget that? Alright, so we basically have to survive with 4 Pokemon. We have to make sure that RNG doesn't kill any of our Pokemon. If it kills any of them, we're screwed. So we might as well go for the other 4. You need to level up so much. That's not the hardest. That's not the hardest thing right now. The hardest thing is making sure that... Wait. Shit. Out of the first 6 Pokemon we get, Can anyone do anything? That is not one of the Pokemon. Oh yeah, Clefairy could take on Pikachu. So what we need is nope. Ah! Are you serious? I'm just gonna spam fly. We need everyone to survive. We need to get Clefairy. We need to get everyone. So the Pokemon down there does not... The guy down there does not have a Clefairy. I do remember that much. Let's go heal up. The hardest part right now is not leveling, because at least we could just grind through that, you know? That could get annoying. That's an annoying part. The hardest part is RNG and making sure that we have all of that. So Clefairy and Poliwag. Yeah, we basically need Clefairy, Poliwag. Which means we're going to have to release one more Pokemon. Or, like, possibly release a Pokemon. Wait, let me think. My brain is so stupid. So, Clefairy. And then Poliwag. I'm thinking if we even need Caterpie. We don't even need Caterpie. So next run, assuming that this run fails, we're going to go for Pidgey, Clefairy, and Poliwag. And try to sweep with those three. Because Clefairy could counter Pikachu, Poliwag Charmeleon, and Voldy could counter... What did he have? He had something that dies to flying. And then everything else was like weak, like a Mankey and a Nidoran. Those should be fine to take out pretty easily. 2, 4, 5. I think we accounted for all this Pokemon. So this kid gives the Poliwag. He has a level 6. Oh my god. Poison points. Ugh. Such an annoying move. Okay, I have to Gust here. Did we pick up the potion? No, this trainer has the Zubat. I'm such an idiot. Oh my god. Okay, we're learning. We're learning, though. We're learning. In the 80s. Thought that sounded familiar. Hell yeah, baby. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum. Let's just steal Zubat. Let's just hope for the best with Bat. Okay, he has 11 health. I don't think I could get out of here. That might be good. Since you can increase chances for the roulette. 2 life. Okay, we have 2 potions. I don't know where we got one of our potions, but I'll take it. Wait, how does that put RNG in my favor? Maybe. It might be worse, though. Okay, this is just the Moonstone. I don't know why I'm going for this. Bang, bang. Blah, 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 blah. The guy below doesn't give one. If Zubat takes up a space and you don't need it, it could kill Zubat. Yeah, but I also have to roll the roulette 1 extra time, that means. That's not good. Because if you look here, we have 3 Pokemon. The next Pokemon we have to roll... Oh no, you're right. It is better. I'm stupid. You're right. You're totally right. It's not necessary. It is better. You're right. It is better. No, you aren't right. You're actually super duper right. Because the next Pokemon, we're gonna be forced to roll RNG, right? So if the roulette hits Zubat, we're okay with that. It would have been worse if it hit Poliwag instead of Zubat. So Zubat serves a purpose being in the party in that sense. You're 100% right. Yeah. And then we don't have to take a risk when we go for the other Pokemon. So actually, this is the best case scenario. I'm going to save in case I do a dumb mistake. Like running into a trainer like this trainer that doesn't give you any Pokemon. That's not the worst mistake. This song sounds cool. I've never heard this song. This girl gives us Clefairy, which we'll need. Yes, you were in love and you still killed her. Give me Clefairy, baby. This is real. Love her music. Real. Real. It sounds nice. Alright, the moments that can have the potential to ruin this run. Okay? Wait! Wait! That's 3! We get rid of Zubat! I just realized. Oh my god, yes. Oh. Oh, that's good, that's good, that's good. It's good in the worst way for it to be good. Bro, that was so close to 2 also. Jesus Christ. Yo. Let's go. Wait, I could actually put them in my party now. Wait, this is exciting. Oh, let's go, bro. Hey. And then my face disappears. So we got Clefairy, and we're gonna get Polly. Mr. Polly Rag. I might as well put Poliwag there so I don't have to edit it in later. What I tell you guys, this is gonna be a great run. Of course I didn't know that it would, but... Alright, I'm gonna save. I don't want to screw up. Yeah, I'm saving. Bye, Zubat. Let's go. I mean, yeah. Best case scenario, obviously. All or nothing. Let's see it. Best case scenario, obviously, would be if it just didn't land on anyone. But, you know, it's fine. Oh, we have Thief, too. Time to die. Bye, Bat. Time to die, you loser. Time to die! Come on, hit me. Yes! Ah! I don't want to verse her now. I want to train the guys we have. Second best case scenario. True. Yeah, as long as I free death content. Exactly. Well, that's technically our second death because we got rid of Raticate. I don't know if that counts as a death though. What do you guys think? Should that count as a death? Okay, now we gotta train them the hell up. Oh no, now we gotta get our last Pokemon. I don't remember which trainer had it. Oh, I remember. I'm such an idiot. We need... Thank God we still have Fly. Come here, bro. Time to go down, loser. Get out of here. And we get Quick Attack. Yo, how is Quick Attack weaker than Tackle? I swear, every game makes it different. Oh, this is special. You're actually right. This website's really good. Because I could compare my whole team and just look at what they have. This is actually awesome. So I could see that his like special attack sucks. So I want to concentrate on physical for Pidgey. So I don't care about Gust. What are the odds? Yeah, we're gonna steal Poliwag, baby. Let's go. We'll go back to Prince. You should aim for the most deaths run. I was thinking of doing that for this, to be honest. I'm not even joking. For this round. But I thought, what? I don't know how many Pokemon you could steal. Like, I don't know enough about this game. So I didn't want to, you know. But, I mean, with the RNG, with the wheel, it's pretty much as many deaths as I want run, no? Or as, like, yeah, like, we'll never have 6 Pokemon, essentially. Like, it's always going to be a struggle. I'm just saving again. Alright, let's train here. I wonder when we get experience share. Obviously not now, but... Oh, that would be so nice. I want experience share. Montage time! Most resets? Nah, most resets is too easy, right? Most resets you could literally just... That's too dumb. When you go to the next town, oh Jesus. But this is probably where I needed the most, the whole run. The funny thing is, I'm gonna force myself to steal as many Pokemon as I can. So we're gonna lose probably Voldy. You know, we're most likely gonna lose Voldy. Like, the thing just against Red, it's so much grinding, and it's grinding that might be useless, which is so sad. There's a lot of Growliths. I kind of want to try and train Prince up now. Don't quote me on that? Oh, okay. I want to see how much Bubble does. Kind of scary. Hopefully it one-shots Growlithe. That would be very useful. Ew. Let's go with that. He gets some XP though, which is nice. Jesus. Just fly. Because then we'll have another Pokemon to change into. Meowth seems so strong early on. I don't know why. But yeah. I mean, ooh, we are going to be as many deaths as we can, kind of. Because every second Pokemon we catch has a huge probability of dying. Oh, it's a level 5. Let's not risk that. No. At least we know that this is not a reset run, which is beautiful. By the way, guys, we have 4 guys. We got rid of 2 guys. Right? I'm kind of dumb. We have 4 guys. Let me say that Rattata doesn't count as a death. Because I didn't get to kill him. So, we have 1 death, really. What do you guys think of that? Do you think that's fair? Also, it makes me think about the counter. We have 4 Pokemon, and 1 person died, which means we're at 5 for counters, right? It gets confusing. I saw you kill him, so it counts. Rattata? I just released him. I don't think I killed Rattata. The other Pokemon? Yes, I definitely killed. That could have been bad if he crit. 420 deaths, 420. Yo, when we reach 1,000 followers on Twitch, I'll do a special where 1,000 runs to beat the game. And if I don't win in the 1,000th run, I have to restart. I feel like I got too hyped over Zubat getting killed. I feel kind of bad now, but excited you don't got to reset. I mean, that makes sense. I got hyped too, but also not too hyped. Like, I mean, it makes sense, you know? Yes, okay, we have Hypnosis, which could be very useful. Of course, it's not going to be useful against Charmeleon. I'm hoping to just one-shot the Charmeleon. You know? Jesus Christ. I'm not letting you die. Can you not miss? Thank you. Nope, did not mean to do that. Can you stop missing? Oh, thank God. 1,000 push-ups? Jesus, I can't do that. Oh yeah, Prince, the other day, for Nathan's birthday, he's one of the viewers. His name's God Monkey also. I had to do 150 push-ups. I had to do 50 push-ups, and I don't work out at all. Jesus, that was one of the hardest things in my life. And then I had to do 100 the next day also. Oh, this guy's a level 2, yeah. Should be fine. How is it still struggle with Polywar? Nothing can die right now. This is practically best case scenario. Unless I screw up like a stupid, like a retard. I don't know. It's possible. God Monkey, the person from earlier? Yes. He's been around since... I used to stream on YouTube since those days. He's an OG, as some people like to say. Can we get more... Growliths in here? Day 1 supporter. Yes, okay, good. There he is. Well, I ran in there by accident. Okay, I could screw up just by being dumb. Like, not paying attention for 1 second. Okay. I can do 30, sometimes 35. 150 would be a nightmare. Yeah, I have to do 150 next year. Yeah, I did say your name. I was just saying, yo, I was just talking about you and how cool you are. How you made me do push-ups, basically. I was able to do 50 with breaks, but that's the most I ever done, so kind of proud of myself in a weird way. Hey, let's go. I love this song, Attack on Titan. I think I can make 100? Really? Good for you, bro. See, I feel like 30, 35 is more normal, like what Prince is saying. Like, in the dark. I would be able to do like 25, you know, before I started practicing. And then I was able to do like 40, 45 with great struggle. I should probably go back to exercising. I have it on my calendar or like on my whiteboard. Exercise or Uber Eats or bicycle curls. I have to freaking get back into Uber Eats. I stopped doing my job to concentrate more on streaming and Twitch and stuff. I mean, and YouTube. I'm paying rent at my parents' house right now, though. And my house, my parents' house, whatever. Yo, level 14, Jesus. Because I had money from saving up from Japan and doing Uber Eats. But then I got into a bike accident doing Uber Eats. I didn't get that injured, but it kind of dissuaded me from doing it again. But I have to go back to it. Gotta reach 69, then I'll be happy, I know, right? I work out, that's why. Alright, bro, alright. Stop showing off, okay, Prince? Jesus, we get it. You work out. You don't need to You don't need to tell the whole world. Jesus. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Do you go to the gym or you work out at home? Finally, and he doesn't die. Okay, thank you. A Growlith. Like, I did not mean to use hypnosis, but it worked. Like a fallen angel. Pate poo papi tea. Let's go water gun. Ooh, water gun is stronger. Not taking a risk there. What if you added 10 push-ups as one of the balloon things, like the hydrator? I had that. Okay, so a long time ago, like maybe even a year at this point ago, when I was streaming on YouTube, maybe like 7 months ago, whatever. I had Make me do whatever you want, a reward, which is a terrible reward. And Nathan would make me exercise. Bro, I hated it, okay? I wanted sometimes to end stream earlier just so I don't have to exercise as much. No. I would have to make the points really high for that. Or, yeah. I mean, so once we reach 5 subs, I spin a wheel. And even that doesn't make me do push-ups. I freaking hate push-ups. But good idea. I always love hearing new ideas. If you're stuck between your mom and your dad and you're an inch in your mom, but your dad was an inch into you, are you moving forward to get out or backwards? I actually just imagined that in my head with my parents. Why, bro? Why? I don't even know. Oh my god, I don't know what the answer to that one is. That's a hard question to answer. Honestly, if I feel like it feels more emotional and crazy to go forward, but it'll feel more nasty inside of me going backwards. But because it won't scar my relationship with my parents as much going backwards, I guess I would go backwards. I mean, I gotta reach 69 at least once, then I'll be happy. Lol. I go 1 month to gym, and the next month I go to run every day. Oh, that's pretty cool. At least you're exercising. I used to exercise a lot before COVID. COVID happened when I was in Japan, actually, so I was still exercising. I would bike to work all the time. But then, what happened? Then I moved back, and it was still COVID, obviously, because it's still COVID now, I guess. And ever since I moved back, I've just not been getting out, and I've gained some weight. And the second I started gaining weight, I watched myself, and I lost it again, which is awesome. But yeah, it would be the greatest thing ever. I'm thinking of crazy things. I don't know why. I don't know why either. It's not the greatest thing. I work out at home. Oh, cool. Oh, okay. Oddish doesn't do anything. Jesus. Imagine an level 3 Oddish just going. What level is everyone? Right now, they're not that high of levels. 13 and 14. I'm concentrating. I don't know why I'm concentrating on these two right now. Should probably get the rest up a bit. Actually, I do know. So they could be strong enough to tank damage when I switch out. Like this. I mean, B might be able to handle some of these Pokemon. Hey, finally, bro. Metapod, you stinky, sucky. Look at your freaking face. Do you even like life? Anyway. You learned Harden, too. What a useless Pokemon. Anyway, let's go heal up. Making us panic, stop it. I know. I do this so much in Nuzlocke, actually. Like I'll be like, everything will be going well. We have an amazing team, and then I just make this dumb mistake because I'm speeding everything up, and or I'm not even speeding up, and we're just owning like a gym leader, and I completely forget like a type effectiveness thing, and I just get demolished because I look at my Pokemon level or something. I will say for the hardcore Nuzlocke, I thought a lot for that one. With little brains I have. With the little brains that I have. That's why I make you do push-ups. Maybe I should make you do some planks. I actually prefer doing planks so much more. Jumping jacks. But I'm not going to do that on stream. Listen, I'm trying to chill, okay? I'm trying to enjoy my time on stream. I'm not going to enjoy my time on stream if I'm going to be exercising, okay? I tried it in the past, and it did not work. That's all I'm saying. I wonder if this could be random. Yo, so all the Nuzlocks I've done so far have been randomized. I don't think this one can be randomized, which is why I'm not randomizing this. Wait, B might be able to take out Meowth. He does like 2 damage. Alright, this is dumb. I'm not taking a risk. I think he would be able to soon, though. When he evolves, for sure. I hope. Don't risk it? Yeah, it'll take too long, too. I did jumping jacks in New York, too. That's so random. Okay. That's cool, that's cool. When it's my birthday, I want you to do 90-degree angle push-ups. No. We never agreed on that. I'm not doing 90... What are you, crazy? Unless you make me do like 5. I could do like 5. I could do maybe like 10 even. I'm not doing 150 of them, bro. I don't even know if I'll be able to do 150 normal ones. Jesus Christ. It's a lot of push-ups. Yeah, I'm a little guy, man. I'm a little guy. I would like to go swimming. Should probably go swimming soon, I guess. Ha 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 ha. Let's go. We should start training fairy soon, too. Ooh, perfect. Don't roar. Don't roar. Don't roar. Yes, it stopped roaring, which I like. Let's see if Harden going into tackle is worth it now. Hey, that was actually great. It's great. I feel like it levels up so slowly. Alright, let's go heal up. Oh, nope. Okay. We'll go heal up after this one. You did that to yourself. I know I did. Because I'm an idiot. You said 150 for next year. Because I thought it would be easy. I'm like, I have 365 days. You know, if I do... But honestly, I haven't been doing anything. If I do like one more every day, you know, and I miss a few days, I'll make 150. Easy. If Metapod could... Which actually might be true. If I do one more every day. If Metapod could learn rollout. Jeez. Wrong Pokemon. Jesus Christ. You see, I don't pay attention sometimes. After next year, you do 200. Maybe. If Metapod could learn... If I could even do 150 next year. Metapod could learn rollout, that would be awesome. Does it normally? It doesn't learn anything, right? Until it evolves. I mean, it should evolve, what, like level 10 or something? Did not mean to use frickin' water sport. Jesus Christ. Ba-ba-da-da. Ba-ba-da-da. Yes. One more level, baby. I also checked everywhere around. We still don't have access to anything around. You're out of sight, out of sight. Hold me tight, hold me tight. Why don't you and me go home tonight? Go on tonight. Why are they doing so much damage to me? Jesus. Like a crit would take me out if I didn't go heal right now. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save. So I love you, babe. AFK. Oh, you're going AFK? No worries, no worries. That's completely understandable. Ooh, Pidgeotto. We're gonna get Pidgeotto soon. I really hope Pidgeotto doesn't leave us. Ryugaku, hey, I need you, hey, babe. You could put some music on if you'd like, by the way. Anyone in chat. At least it'll help you get stronger in the arms, so you'll be ready when you come over here in LA. I don't need to be stronger in the arms for anything, though. Like, I'm a streamer, YouTube boy, a little man, a little guy. If anything, I want my shoulders to be bigger. I feel like a Holocaust survivor. Jesus Christ. I need to, like, my head is too big for my shoulders or something. I need to work out, It's okay, I'm Jewish. I can make jokes about Jewish stuff, I guess. Wait, what did I just kill it with? Tackle? Oh, I could just use tackle. It's so much faster. I'm so stupid. It's gonna be so much faster. Yes, I forgot tackle's like 50 in this. Ryugaku, hey, I need you, hey, baby. What did I want to say though? Yeah, I want my shoulders to be bigger, which is good for swimming. Swimming helps with everything. And I like swimming. I used to swim a lot when I was younger. I was on the swimming team in high school. And I could go to the sauna after the gym. Like swimming. It's about time, B. Jesus Christ. Oh, I forgot she has confusion now. Or he has confusion. I'm gonna actually train you. Dude, 2 days ago, the SWAT was here near me. Why? What'd you do? Okay, B is actually strong enough to do decently. Thankfully, confusion is actually awesome. And B sucks, but not... that could have been bad. And he roared. That could have actually been really bad. I have to pay attention so I don't die to Growlithe. You did nothing? Did they come? Yeah, but you said they came near you. Yeah, no, I was just joking. I know you did nothing. Did something happen, though? Let's go to Prince. Let's go to Bubble. Oh my god, can you... Stupid! Bubble. There we go. I can't believe we ran into Shiny just like that, though. Like, right away. We're gonna chain to level 12-ish. Is that another shiny? We're gonna train to like level 12-ish. Then we're gonna change into Clefairy to get some practice. The cool thing is we could make Clefairy evolve right now, but Clefable literally learns nothing. So I think the strat is essentially going to be get Clefairy. Clefairy also sucks. Poison Powder. Get Clefairy up to a certain level and then evolve her. Remember, people, each part of LA is its own gang. Oh, bro, not all of LA is a gang. And don't gangs just fight gangs? Like, they might accidentally kill you, but they're not trying to. So I should be okay. Plus I'm not, like, if I push someone by accident and they go, hey, watch it, I'm not gonna be like, yo, you wanna fight? I'm just gonna be like, oh, my bad. You know, I'm not gonna fight. Confusion only does 50? Are you serious? String Shot could actually be useful, but we're gonna get rid of it because we're gonna get Sleep Powder. Oh, he learns both at the same time? Let's get rid of Harden then. Slip. Oh, you learn all of them? I didn't realize that. I'm such an idiot. Do I need all three though? They all have 75% accuracy. What to do? What to do? Any suggestions in chat? Let me look at B for a second. Butterfree's special attack is insanely high versus its attack. Which means Confusion's a great move and Tackle sucks. So let's get rid of Tackle. Damn. Nope. What do you mean nope? What do you mean nope? We have such crazy moves now. I didn't realize he learns all three at the same time. That's kind of crazy. Wow, we already leveled him up so quickly. Because we didn't have to switch out, I guess? He's like around the same level as our other two guys. Let's see. Let's see. I already got used to how to like press the buttons to attack too. I really want to do a shiny lock soon. In the coming months. That should be fun / interesting / challenging / annoying. Come on. Hey, level 13. Alright, let's get Fairy into action. Just heads up, don't go to downtown unless it's Chinatown. They have a lot of Japanese areas in Cali though, right? I'm kind of looking forward to that, to be honest. Let's just pound. Ugh. Fairy dies to what? Fairy dies to poison and steel. I don't know if Oddish has poison move. Okay, absorb. Absorb is a bit annoying, but doesn't do too much damage. Yeah, we're fine there. Might be faster to just switch out, to be honest. Yeah, let's just switch out. It's so much faster. It's faster. Oh, thank God he didn't use Roar. Not thank God, but it just helps. Tateru aoi no dekiru koto wa mada aru kai. Did not mean to use Sand Attack. Beautiful song, but very slow. Imagine he crits and I die. Because I don't pay attention. I don't know, I don't really go to the area that have that stuff. I mostly stay at South LA and East LA. Which is the most dangerous in LA? But you said you were talking about a ramen shop, right? That wasn't a Japanese area though, yeah? It was just a ramen shop. Ooh, you know what? I forgot, guys. I forgot to show that they've evolved. We got Caterpie evolving into Butterfree. Na 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 na. Back, what I miss? Look at our team, baby. They're actually coming together pretty nicely. I forget how fast it is when you could just fast forward everything. Do you guys think it would be interesting to watch? できることはまだあるかい? Do you guys think it would be interesting to watch Pokemon Brilliant Diamond 24-hour stream, but I'm not doing a Nuzlocke? Because I feel like a Nuzlocke I can't fast forward. Which means I feel like there'll be a lot of boring parts that take a long time. And also, like, that's a game I actually want to play a lot, you know? Almost got Pidgeotto. Yep. I think it's level 16, right? That would be my assumption. It's like the starters. A lot of starters evolve at level 16. I need better stats already. It's so annoying. I need to Really? Not yet? He should evolve soon too. Prince should evolve soon. I mean, should, but I have no idea. Oh, not 18. Yeah, I think you're right. It is 18. Yeah, I actually I remembered the second I saw that he didn't evolve. I was like, oh yeah, he's later on. 18, yeah. South Central LA's, damn it. Oh, thank you. I forgot to put the stupid cam. I always forget. Damn it, was the cam there? It was there when he evolved. Okay. Stop using roar. Look how fast I am. I'm faster than Wait, that was dumb. I'm faster than Faster and Fear. Did not mean to use you. You suck. Imagine I accidentally kill her. I almost changed to Prince. I need to get South Central is the place to get drugs. Good to know. I'll never know. I'll never need to know that. Not going for drugs, baby. Going for friends and fun. Kiru koto wa mada. I have to stop using Fly. It takes more time. I keep forgetting that Tackle just demolishes any Pokemon here because of the level difference. My finger, I'm gonna get arthritis. Jesus Christ. Or a carpal tunnel. I stretch my fingers though, so hopefully that's good. Yuki Takara. He takes so much damage. Like, B is better. You know the gang called 38th Street Gang? No idea. Are they cool? Should I say hi to them? I was talking about I might go to Cali. So, my plan right now is once I get 1,000 subs on YouTube, I want to kind of celebrate by going to visit a friend that moved to Florida recently, and then going from and hopefully streaming like the whole adventure, and then from Florida going to Cali, and visiting some of you guys in Cali, and visiting one of my friends that I haven't seen in a year, one of my best friends ever. I met him in Japan. I know him for 3 years now, which is kind of crazy. And we just clicked right away. And yeah. Okay. Thankfully, we could actually use Fairy now. Can we use you, actually? Hey! It might be better to use Fairy. They're in East LA? Oh, okay. So I just won't go to South or East. That's it. I'll just stick to what I know, which is nothing. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But to be honest, I'm looking forward to making more Pokemon content. And growing as a streamer, hopefully. And a YouTuber, hopefully. And just having more videos out. Because I kind of want to unprivate the other videos I had out. Ooh, Fairy's almost strong enough to fight on her own. I need dekiru koto. Let's go with Sing. Aru yo, boku ni dekiru koto wa mada aru yo. Hey, we could take out Growlithe too. Level 5 Pidgey is a bit scary, so... And you woke up. Let's not take risks here. Let's not take risks. What is Sing's accuracy? Yeah, it's hitting every time. I thought it was like 75 or something. It feels like 100. It's 55. Jesus, that's terrible. Hypnosis is better, I think. They actually owned most of... Oh, own. So now they don't own it? West LA is the most safest? Okay. Bro, I live in New York. You're saying as if New York is like the safe place. I will be honest, the neighborhood I live in is pretty safe. But I've delivered like food to unsafe neighborhoods. Honestly, from my understanding... From my understand, sorry, I was scared with that battle a little. From my understanding, like, as long as you keep to yourself and you don't do anything stupid, being in a bad neighborhood is not scary. Also, I mean, you gotta be careful, obviously. I hate how Double Slap has such low accuracy. It's like so dumb. Encore could be useful. Growl could be useful too, but people could just switch out. So we're gonna get rid of Growl. I mean, people could switch out from Encore too, but they still own it. Oh. Na 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 na. I want Fairy to fight on her own. I want her to be a strong, independent fairy woman. Which is not a woman, but... Look at that. Look at that. Oh, yes. Meowth gives like no XP though. Or maybe she just doesn't gain XP fast. Jesus Christ. Look how slow the XP bar goes. She's so... Oh. But it's faster than switching out. Ooh, a level 5. Oh, thank God I paid attention. Alright, let's go heal up. You know? Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying like generally. Well, that's why I don't need to build muscles, bro. But I will say building muscles is not a bad thing. Imagine I'm like, I'm a streamer, and then girls are like, what is that? And I'm like, but I got muscles. And that's how you get girls on Tinder. So should be fine. Na 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 na. Level 5. Do you guys believe in us? Ooh, level 5. We could take out a level 5. I mean, you would hope so. It's 2 times the level, but... Jesus, Fairy sucks. We're gonna let Fairy get good moves and then evolve her. Even evolved, I don't think Fairy's that good. We've had Clefairy and a couple of Nuzlocke at this point, and every time, she's not that good. Even it's Clefable. Note to self, get muscles. Yeah. Same. 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 I don't go to the gym. Wait, you said you work out at home, right, Prince? Na 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 na. Are you serious? How did I hit that pound and why did that Pidgey keep using Sand Attack? That was like the dumbest interaction I've ever had with a wild Pokemon. I just checked. Looks like murder is more common here in LA. Look at California though. Well, I guess LA. Okay, fine. LA crime rates versus New York City crime rates. I love how we love to compare everything against each other. Ha! New York has more violent crime. Wait, I can't read this. Oh no, LA does. Oh, never mind. You guys win. I guess that's a good thing to not win on though, so. I gotta get back into working out more and getting back into the anime. Same! Well, I gotta get into working out, and I definitely gotta get back into the anime. I have so much anime that like is ongoing that I just haven't watched. I just don't feel good about myself. I'm like, I still have a lot to do, and then YouTube feels easier to watch than anime. I think tomorrow night I'll probably watch anime. LA wins. Yeah. Yo, I used to scream at my friend. He's from LA, and we would go to karaoke. And for some reason in the karaoke booths, they would use LA and New York skylines for the background. So we would always just be like, ha, it's New York. And we would just like curse and scream at each other and just laugh. And everyone around us is like, what the hell's wrong with them? But yeah, muscles, it's hard to work out a lot. So I feel your pain, Prince. I've had 2 periods of time in my life where I worked out a lot. One was in Japan. Every day at 4 a.m., I went for a run. I felt good for about 2 weeks, and then I got lazy. And I was like, I could sleep more. And I stopped. And once when I was at home, also for 2 weeks, I got up every morning and just did crazy intense workouts. And after 2 weeks, one day I was like, wait, I could sleep an extra hour? And I just went to sleep. And I stopped. It's hard. I bet LA won the worst. You did bet. And they did win the worst, but that's not a good thing to be proud of. Oh, I was kind of scared of that Growlithe. Level 4 Growlithe. They look a bit higher level now? Or am I just seeing things? Yeah, the Growlithe sucks, which is good news. And I didn't use Roar there. For me, I was in New York City during COVID, since learning was online. I'd get the push-ups and jumping jacks during class. Oh. That's smart. What's the wasp? I don't know what that is. Scouts. I actually love this song. Goodbye, Kimisha. There was a girl, a Japanese girl, who loved this song. And she sang it pretty well too. It was like her favorite song. That's how I learned of this song. Goodbye, Kimisha. I barely saw. I put W, not M. I bet LA won the most. Oh. No, New York actually popped up in karaoke in the background more often. It was very close though. They were almost the same. I feel like New York went up a bit more. But if you ask him, he would probably say LA popped up more. There are a lot of prominent people that came out of both places though. It's actually so annoying to train Fairy at this point. Jesus Christ. This might take like 5 hours in game, or not in game, in real life. To be honest, we've only been on this for like 20-30 minutes. We got them pretty high, but with each level it's gonna take longer, obviously. But I won't have to go to the Pokemon Center as often, so that's a plus. Oh, finally, a new move, but nope, no defense curl. Can't give up the grind unless you continue it next stream. Oh yeah, so my goal is generally to reach, at least lately, is to reach 5 hours of stream time, Monday to Thursday, 9:30 p.m. Eastern to 5 hours after that. So in half an hour, I'm probably going to end stream and continue the grind tomorrow. That being said, I'd like to one day push my goal. Once I start making money off YouTube, Twitch, that I feel like I can move out and like rely on it, I'll probably go to like 8 to 10 hours of streaming a day. Because I really like streaming. Especially if I could pay someone to edit my videos, YouTube videos. I really like editing, but certain aspects of editing are just so brain dead and so annoying to do. As you probably know since you've edited videos before. That works since I might have to leave soon. Hey! Yeah, that's cool. I just like, my brain just died there. But I was basically trying to say, a lot of people who come in, like for the first time, the timing isn't good for them. So it's awesome to hear that the timing works out for you. I don't know if the timing works out for you for the future, but you're saying, oh, that works. So that's awesome. But yeah, I feel like we could do so much in 8 to 10 hours. I like doing tier lists and reacting to videos sometimes. Especially if I don't agree with what's being said. I gotta go to bed after this. Oh no, that makes sense. But also, I don't know like what time like works generally for peeps, you know. I gotta, yeah. That makes total sense. You also have school, like you were saying. Like what was I saying? I go to sleep now like 4 or 5 a.m., which is kind of crazy. Who is this person that you got the subs from? Arioko the Neko. Neko means cats. It's kind of. Thanks for the hydrate, bro. My water just broke. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Ugh. I'll be right back. My water. Don't you hate when your water breaks? So I didn't really edit too much since the go to Android editing apps cost money. If you want, I could talk to. There's a guy I know who he makes thumbnails through a free app, but I think there's a couple of free apps that you could use to edit. That being said, like if you don't have a computer or if you don't have a strong computer, I don't know if there is on Android, but there might be nowadays, you know. But obviously, you have to worry about the recording and the voice. Shit, PP having a baby on stream. Yeah, I already had it. It's another dog. It was 5 pounds. I named it Prince after, you know, Prince Caspian from Narnia. Police. The song's so catchy, but it's so like political. I feel like every Pidgey I run into is a shiny Pidgey. Why do they all look the same? Or am I just stupid? Cause I feel like it. Damn. Damn. That gets so real. Jesus, look how fast we're going. I think because we're not taking as much damage now, we could just spam pounds. How awesome is that? That's actually awesome. Look at that. We're already almost level 15. Come on. Come on. I'm taking a risk. Alright, let's go heal. I actually think the 30th Street gang doesn't own the area I live in. Oh, okay, that's good then. No computer, but even... So I would have to also get a better phone to record both the game sounds and my audio. Not just my audio and silent game. Ah, I see. I know... Have you looked into streaming? If you would want to, obviously. I know you can stream through phone, which I would assume you could get game audio and sound in as well. And then maybe you could put those on YouTube or like edit those and put them up or something. Level 15, bro. You still have sucky moves. I hate upload it. I have up. The area I live in is a mixed gang area. Oh. What's your favorite gang? I was just joking. Like in the latest video I have uploaded, I got the music and tried to put the music playing whenever I wasn't talking, then lower the music down when I tried to talk. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, I could see that being annoying. It took me a long time to get to where I am now in terms of... Well, in terms of everything you see on stream and editing, because I have right now my microphone audio split from game audio, split from music, split from, like, I have it very, very, you know, like, detailed, which I don't think most people, even huge streamers, have. I just perfectionist like that, I guess. But yeah, it'll definitely take time. But you might. I guess also when you have the money also to buy it, and if you have the money, yeah, and all that stuff also, obviously. Nathan, question mark? What's your favorite gang? I'm just joking. It's a dumb joke, okay? I'm sorry. God Monkey had a question above me. If I actually think that they're done in there... Yeah, I think he was referring to me saying... You could call him Nathan, by the way. His name's Nathan. I mean, can he call you Nathan? Nathan? I think he was saying... Jesus, sometimes my brain just goes out of me. I think it was related to the gang comment that I made. Could be wrong, though. Yeah? Yeah. That's a goddamn lie! I'm tired of training this stupid fairy. I don't condone these words. Once fairy reaches level 16, I'm gonna change. Ooh, that's smart. Every time they start taking too much damage, instead of going to the Poke Center, I could just change into another Pokemon. Guys, I'm a genius. Or if I run out of PP. But I am PP. Yeah. Hey, follow me. The user draws attention to itself. This only makes sense in double battles. We're not gonna do that. Unless I'm dumb, which is a possibility. Let's get... we won't get Volty to evolve yet. Let's get Prince up a few levels. Prince, you can call me Nathan. Oh, there you go. I probably got distracted and missed it. Oh. I guess my favorite gang is Nachos? Nice. Why Nachos? Bubble doesn't kill in one shot? When do you evolve? Oh yeah, Water Gun is stronger. I wish I could change the order of where the move is. So I could, like, use it faster. See, at least Prince levels up faster. I'm assuming you're a guy, Prince. Because your name is Prince. But in the game, you're a girl. So I'm sorry for naming you Prince. I think Water Bottle... Oh, Water Gun does not kill. That could have been bad. It's a little annoying that we have to pay attention to which Pokemon pops up. Prince should evolve eventually soonish, though. Double Slap. What is with everyone in Double Slap? Wait, Bubble is literally a worse Water Gun. Let's just get rid of Bubble. Yep, you assume right. I think majority of viewers are probably male. I just don't assume because sometimes there are females. And how they get mad when you say Nachos. They get mad when you say Nachos? Wait, there's an actual gang called Nachos? Are you serious? I think Powwow evolves to 25. Hopefully I'm wrong. Honestly... Yeah, that would... Hopefully you are wrong and it's lower. But honestly, that wouldn't be the end of the world. Because we do need to train him up to... Or her up till 25 anyway. You know, 30 to be... Jesus Christ, 30 to be extra sure, but yeah, it sucks. She sucks now. Against Meowth, she's fine though. Hey, perfect against Growlithe. Good XP against Growlithe. Let's go heal up for that PP. That's Southeast LA. Oh damn. Damn Daniel or damn Nachos. Why would you call yourself Nachos for a gang? Oh, I did that again by accident. Okay, I gotta stop doing that. I mean, I don't take much damage, but... If I just... You know what? How much would Double Slap do? Oh, Double Slap is fine. Double Slap can miss. Jesus, that was dumb. That was actually really dumb. Because he could have crit me. That was dumb. That was dumb. Let me go heal. At least she can one-shot everything, no problem. Yeah, except Oddish, which... keeps freaking popping up for some reason. It's like when I need Oddish to pop out. There we go. Like, bruh, how often are you gonna pop up? I didn't mean to use poison powder. Final level 16. They made the game a street named Nachos. Oh. The gang at a street named Nachos. That's really funny. You should eat nachos and just walk there and just point to nachos every time you see one of them. See, that's a way you want. That's a way you can get beat up, probably. Making fun of them. Bro, I swear, this game is racist. Why do they Oddish just keep popping out? What the hell's wrong with this? Oh, finally. They heard me and they're like, don't sue me. We're not racist. That's right. That's right. Listen to Ping Pong Masters. Give me more Meowths. Give me more Never mind. When you didn't need them the most, Oddish appeared. Yo, are you a big Atla fan? We actually just did a character tier list the other day on Avatar: The Last Airbender, and a episode tier list. We went through every single episode. People were yelling at me for that stuff. I could do Honey Bun Gang. Wait, there's a gang called Honey Bun Gang. I don't know why I tried again. He's a level 4. God damn it, Oddish. The first account is here. Yo, you should use the first account more for points, no? I still do the stuff you do on the other accounts, though. I always forget not to do it. Meowth got really pink ears, I just realized. Might as well get... Hey, Prince level 17. Level 17, you should be able to defend yourself against a freaking level 4 Oddish now. I'm gonna try it, guys. I'm gonna try a double slap next time. Oh, now Oddish doesn't pop up. I'm not gonna look at chat until I see an Oddish. Are you serious? The game is trolling me. I literally complained about Oddish, and now I want Oddish? The game is trolling me. Wait, I said I wouldn't look at chat until Oddish comes up. I want to look at chat. Where's Oddish? My eyes hurt. Where's Oddish? Jeez, I just leveled up one... Oh, there you are. Jesus Christ. Oh, okay, I killed you. Anyway. It's lurking. I'm 25% forgotten monkey. Lol. I'm a big fan and would watch it with my sister when we could. I couldn't watch them all because of school and because she watched more without me. Yet somehow I know more about Isla than her. Damn, you gotta watch it all, bro. That show's amazing. I watched it when it first came out. When I was a kid. I was like 10 years old or 12 years or 8 years old or so. I was very young. And I've rewatched it so many times. Yeah, I really recommend it. What's your favorite anime, if you don't mind me asking? Rain Dance. Ooh, a decent move. Better than Water Sport. I don't know what the point of Water Sport is. I honestly don't understand the point of Water Sport. If you have a Pokemon, a Water-type Pokemon, why would you want to decrease Fire moves? Unless you switch out or it's a double battle. That's the only way it makes sense. But they would switch out, you know? This is just so dumb. Okay, Prince is actually looking mighty sexy right now. What if my Pokemon don't obey me out at a certain level? Oh my god, that would be so bad. It's hard to believe that you're a Gen Z. Why? What do I act like? What do I act like, Nathan? My mom sometimes is like, I don't know how you lived in Japan for 2 years alone. I really don't know how you did that. And I'm like, you know what, mama? I don't know why they're baby. No, I don't call my mom baby. That would be really weird. I do call her mama, though, sometimes. I'm like, bro, I don't know. Boomer. I'm not a boomer. I'm just a person. Oh my god, we're so close to level 20. This is actually not as bad as... We're almost level 20, which is kind of impressive. And we're owning Oddish and not missing, which is pretty awesome too. Once we reach level 20, I'll switch out. He has Hypnosis, Rain Dance. Rain Dance could be useful against Charmeleon. Hypnosis can be useful against Charmeleon. Obviously, we'll, you know... The best case scenario, we could just one-hit KO his whole team. Which means we might have to train to like level 30. Because we only have like one potion to use, which is kind of sad. Because this game, they don't give you items. They don't like this is actually like a hardcore Nuzlocke, except there's no level caps. So far, I mean that's kind of like what it is. I might as well rename it as a hardcore Nuzlocke. Considering I haven't watched as much anime as I want, Assassination Classroom or Attack on Titan. Ooh, once you meet Diego. Diego's favorite anime is Attack on Titan. And he loves Atla, Avatar Last Airbender. That's like his two go-tos. He doesn't watch much anime, though. That's cool. And have you read Attack on Titan? Oh, you've said you've read Attack? Someone said that they've read Attack on Titan. I think it might have been Yo, though. Or you've said it, maybe? Actually, you act like Gen A. What's Gen A? It's like Zoomer. My favorite anime game is easily Tales of Zestiria. What is that? Tales of Zestiria. Oh my god, my hand. Oh! What the hell? This looks like Breath of the Wild. Isn't it MMO? If it's an MMO, that's so freaking cool. I think MMOs in the style, like in this style, are so cool to me. Tatsuro Udo. Why does that sound familiar? Oh, never mind. I don't know. Oh, it's a Bandai game. Yo, this looks cool. What the hell? It looks alright. I said it right the first time? Zestiria? Of course I said it right. Ugh. Japanese people made the game. Ugh. I lived in Japan for 2 years. I know what I'm saying. Look it up. Wait, is Gen A? Oh, Oh, yeah. We talked about this before. I don't act like... Oh, you're saying I act like a baby, basically. That's a good one, actually. It's really good. Genshin Impact, it looks like Genshin. Yeah, it looks like Genshin. And Genshin looks like Breath of the Wild. Has a customizable AI too, which I absolutely love since a lot of games don't have that. That's actually pretty cool, yeah. So it's an RPG, not an MMO, right? Also been meaning to finish its anime. Oh, there's an anime too? Oh, that's actually mad cool. The game is way better to me, at least. Way better. That's cool. When a good game has a good anime, or at least like a decent anime. Na. Let's get B to like level 20. B could actually be useful with poison powder and stuff. Sleep powder. How much? Oh, sleep powder has more accuracy than hypnosis and the other hypno move, right? Because it has 75. The best is Confuse Ray for those types of stuff. Because Confuse Ray actually has 100% accuracy. From what I remember. Which, if we still had Zubat, would actually be really useful. Imagine we had him and we just Confuse Ray everyone and we just change out and own. There would still be, obviously, RNG to deal with. Like, if they get unconfused the next turn. But definitely has a better accuracy than Sing. Oh yeah, Sing was what I was thinking of. Yeah, Sing sucks. 55% accuracy, especially in a Nuzlocke, might as well just like not play. I think a lot of people don't use certain items like sleep powder during Nuzlocks because they're not 100% accurate, and it could literally ruin a run. But I don't know. I'm also just talking out of my butt a little. Oh, we got 10 minutes left in the stream. Time flies by when you're grinding Pokemon. This was a very different... I didn't expect it to go like this today, to be honest. Like, I didn't realize you would verse Red so quickly. I'm guessing you haven't played that game, so I think you might like it, or at least watch a playthrough. Yeah, I haven't played it. It looks interesting. Yeah, I'll probably watch it. The thing with RPGs... I would play it if I had an audience or if I had someone to talk to while playing it. Like if I was on the phone with a friend or if I was streaming it. Because Goodbye. See ya, Nathan. Have a great night. Because, yeah, it's hard for me to play games. Same with Pokemon, even. It's hard for me to play games where I can't... I love talking. That's basically the answer to everything with me. I love to talk. If you couldn't tell already. So, if I could do something while talking, I'm good. I'm like, satisfied. Only thing is, I am trying to be, like, almost purely Pokemon for some time. To grow my channel and my YouTube based off Pokemon. And then I'll move on to other games and become more variety. I think it's just smarter. I spent a year, like, playing a bunch of different games. Which, you know, I do want to grow, you know, so. If you decide to stream it, I'm more than happy to watch you play it. Awesome. No. Hi, I'm new. No, you're not. No. Ooh, Gust. He is a special mover and would have stab damage. But is it worth taking one of these out? I actually don't know. What do you guys think? Gust could actually be really useful. We already have Fly, though. We have Fly and Pidgey. The thing is, if Pidgey gets released... because of the next Pokemon we catch, then Gust would be useful. Gust is not that powerful, though. How much attack it has again? 40. Might be better than Stun Spore. Talking, it's really hard for me. So people talking to me is a lot easier for me like this. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. Talking for me... I love to talk, but it doesn't mean it's easy. Like, it takes me a long time to get comfortable with people. With streaming, it's different. I got used to streaming. That's why. But... it takes me a long time to get comfortable with people, for sure. Even with streaming, in the beginning, I wasn't comfortable at all. But it's practice makes perfect, you know? I was teaching English. I was a teacher in Japan. I was forced to kind of speak. And actually, speaking in Japan, for some reason, I was good. With kids, I'm good. I don't know why. With, like, little kids. Like, I'm not, like, I'm whatever. Like, I can talk whatever. Because they're kids. They're innocent. They don't hide anything. With adults and with people, I feel like they hide their true feelings, so it's hard for me to speak with them. It takes me a while to get close to people. But once I'm close with people, I love to talk. I'm just always talking. So do you have Sleep and Poison Powder? Yeah, it seems like Sleep and Poison is more useful than Stun Spore. Stun Spore does decrease speed, right? Poison Powder also decreases speed, though? Sleep Powder is risky because they could wake up, obviously. Yeah, let's take out Stun Spore. I think that's smartest as well. I mean, he'll probably learn a better move anyway, so we'll be forced to think of something else to replace him. Oh, I should take out the animation for. Wait, I'm dumb. I can make this faster by taking out animation for fighting, for battles. Let me save the file just because we've been doing this for some time and I don't want to screw anything up. I'll save twice. File name, save file 2. Okay. Let's load it up. Okay, everyone is there. Good. Everyone's level 16. That's actually pretty good. We're making good progress. Same for me when I used to record. I used to get nervous, but then I started recording, and all of a sudden I was talking like nonstop in videos. Yeah, and you're still, bro, you're really young. I'm really young too. You said you were 19, right? Like, bro, like, you saw those videos when I was younger. I hated my voice for years. Honestly, when I started a year ago recording... editing videos. I spent so much time editing videos. I privated all my videos to start over with Pokemon recently. I'm gonna unprivate them eventually, so you're gonna see like some cool stuff I did, I guess. But it was the same thing for me. Like, practice makes perfect. Like I hated hearing my voice. At a certain point, you edit so much that it's just like, That's just my voice. Like I will say though, watching my videos with family or friends feels so cringy. It feels so cringy to me, especially with the Pokemon videos, because I like narrate over them, and it's like, I versed Pidgey with my, it sounds so weird. I don't know. As far as talking, even when I get close to people, it's just hard for me to start a conversation. Are you a good listener? I know people that it's hard to start a conversation, and they're good listeners. If you're okay with that, then it's fine, or randomly join a conversation. That could be pretty anxious or hard to do for sure. Been grinding for at least an hour, maybe 2. Yeah, it has been like an hour, yeah. Yeah, I guess they're not that high. But they're getting close to level 25. Honestly, if they're all level 25, I think we have a good chance to beating Red. Because his highest level Pokemon was 25, and if we have type effectiveness, then we should be good, Like if we one-shot or two-shot his Charmeleon with Prince, and we'll both have Pidgeotos. It depends what other moves we get, I guess, too. I'll obviously have to think about it. I hated my voice in videos, yeah. If you really want to fix that about yourself, like, you just gotta practice. Maybe take, when you get into college, if you go to college, and even if you don't go to college, maybe even now, look for, there's places you could practice, like talking on stage. I know Warren Buffett, who's a billionaire, he talked about how he had stage fright, like insane stage fright, until he took a class in college that got rid of that kind of. I'll say for me, like in college, I took a class that was kind of like that. I had to do a bunch of presentations, and I just made it funny. And that kind of made my anxiety go away. Because I felt like if people laughed at me or laughed with me, that I wasn't nervous anymore. But that's just for me. I just caught a Magikarp. Kind of cringe, right? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I consider myself introverted. I definitely was introverted. Now when there's different tests you could take. Now I've realized that I'm pretty much in the middle. I'm like half introvert, half extrovert. It really depends. I remember last year for my uncle's wedding, I went to his wedding and I was dancing. And going to Japan opens me up a lot. I think, at least. I came back for his wedding like a year in when I was in Japan. And I was dancing, and I would never really dance like at parties and stuff. I was dancing, I was having a good time. And I told my cousin, like, oh, like I'm dancing. Like, usually I wouldn't do this. I think Japan changed me. And he's like, no, you're dancing because you're with family. And you're familiar with everyone here. And that kind of hit me like, yeah, for me personally, it's that familiarity aspect that makes it easier to be myself. It's when I know I can be myself and people when people are honest in conversation with me, it's much easier for me to talk with them. So if someone like hates me for whatever reason, I don't care about the reason, but if they hate me and they talk to me as if like they're friends with me, I can't engage in that conversation. Like I just can't. It feels weird. But I guess that's a bit different. So I don't know. I'm going into tangents. Basically a safe place. Yeah. Yeah. I guess so, yeah. Yeah. I mean, honestly, to be completely honest, even you coming in today, I was like, because you came in through Reddit and you're like messaging and stuff, and I'm still a small streamer, and I'd assume I would still be like this if I was a larger streamer, but I was like, I hope it goes well, you know? It sounds weird to say, but like every time a new person comes in, I just hope that they're enjoying themselves. And I hope they're not like, I hope I'm doing enough to entertain and stuff, but I don't even know if that relates to what we were just talking about. I'm all over the place. But there was a bit of anxiety with like, you know? I hope it goes well. That sounds so weird to say. Gotta start somewhere. Can't get big if you don't start small. True. For sure. You're definitely entertaining to watch. Ah, you're gonna make me blush, bro. Thank you. I try. I will say that I feel like I wish my goal, my end goal, or not end goal, but one of my big goals. Ooh, supersonic? 55 accuracy? Wait, what? That's terrible. I'll wait for Confuser, What did I want to say? Oh yeah, well, one of my big goals is to basically have like a group of friends, like a streamer house, and live with a group of good friends and just make content with them. Because like I feel like I'm good when I talk with other people, like I can make like dumb jokes and stuff like that, you know? But I don't know. Supersonic sing, but it confuses. Yeah. Exactly. It's basically yeah, that's exactly what it is. Supersonic and Sing are just why do they exist in the game if Confuse and Hypnosis exist? Unless they cause more like sleep, like a higher probability that the enemy Pokemon will sleep longer and a higher probability that they'll get confused longer. I don't think so. But if that were the case, I would be like, okay, that makes sense. My WPE YouTube channel. Let's see, WPE. WPE. Worst pre-made ever. Play Skyrim. I think the Bout said they suck at games or something. Yeah, I would probably like that.
Worst pre-made ever.
Oh, that was lucky. Right, where are you guys? Oh, Jesus Christ!
That's some good editing. I wanted to make content like this, and I kind of did a little bit. But I've realized that, like, I don't know, it seems like, I don't know. I just stopped for some reason. I like what I'm doing now, though. I like playing Pokemon Nuzlocke, because I like challenging stuff. I like that I always have to switch up the layout and kind of do new stuff. And I like that it's consistent, which is important, you know? And I'm dumb in Pokemon, so I learn a lot. Maybe I'll check them out later. Worst pre-made. YouTube and Twitch. Oh, cool. I got the right channel. Okay. I should probably stop for today. Oh, it's so sad. We trained them up so high. Imagine our next few Pokemon just with the randomizer kill off all of our guys after we beat Red. That'd be so sad. I will end stream here though. It was nice meeting you, Prince. And everyone else, thanks for popping in. And if anyone's new here, also thanks for popping in. And yeah. Thanks for coming in. I hope you enjoyed. All that training just to die. That would be terrible, right? But it's a possibility. That's why if I were playing smartly, I would just never catch another Pokemon or like steal a Pokemon. But it's kind of, I'm gonna try to steal as many Pokemon as I am because I'm evil. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Let me see if there's anyone to raid. Yeah, there's no one to raid. So unless sometimes the Twitch list is weird, but we're gonna go off for now. Thanks for chatting, and yeah. We'll see you guys tomorrow for continuation. Tomorrow we're gonna beat Red. We're gonna get further in this game, and hopefully not reset again. I'll go through my videos and show you what I mean on Reddit if you want to check them out. Yeah, for sure. Send me your favorite or best video. Alright, guys. Good night and goodbye.